Why do we make art but to express that which cannot be said? Besides the musician or the painter, a soldier is an artist in battle, expressing conviction through violence. A conman paints with words a beautiful tapestry of imaginary hopes and dreams, and a doctor constructs a whole person from broken pieces. All arts in pursuit of one thing: permanence. Art is the language by which humans express the desire to exist beyond their limits, and for that we call it beautiful. Perhaps, though, in reaching past our limits, these beautiful creations can attract unwanted attention from those who aren't human at all. The Circle of the Lost and Found, assignment number 152, A Measure in Time.
We open on a hospital corridor. The lighting is too clean, too smooth, not a flicker to be seen. No shadows that belong to anything that could be considered living, while a piano plays somewhere far away, not in the corridor, not even in the building, but the walls respond to it. The noise is softly interrupted by the sound of clicking heels as a nurse comes into view, and she pauses, listening. Her hand is frozen between clipboard and chest, as if the thoughts simply vanished as she was having them, and the piano continues. Soft, precise, measured, and the nurse turns. Slowly, and behind her, the lighting shifts. More dramatic, the clean and medicinal walls of the corridor have shifted, and behind it, a row of empty chairs, not hospital chairs, theater seating. Upholstered in burgundy velvets, dark mahogany armrests, almost beckoning attention, and the woman seems frozen in place. She does not scream, and then the piano stops. Silence settled into this moment in time before a soft metallic tap, like a baton tapping on a music stand, and with it, the woman exhales. But it's not in relief, it's in synchronization. Her shoulders shift into a posture that is clearly not hers. Her head tilts slightly forward as if acknowledging an unseen conductor, as down the hall, the seats begin to fill. Not with bodies, with heavy absence, shaped like people, silhouettes that only exist when not directly observed. The piano resumes, faster, but not alone. Strings accompany the keys, and the nurse takes a step forward and another. And her heels do not make sound anymore. They keep time in pace with the music instead, as the door at the end of the hall opens. The metronome of her feet makes the music shift faster as she passes a sign that says surgical theater. And as our camera pans away, the crescendo hits. We land on a different scene entirely. A darker alleyway. Messy, unkempt. As Lazarus, your eyes slowly begin to open. The last thing you remember is herding people away from the entrance of a graveyard. And then there's just a chunk of time that is not there.
Oh, no. What time of day does it seem to be?
It's about midday. And when you
What time of day was it when I last remembered?
It was around 9 to 10 p.m.
Yeah.
It's about a solid, 13 hours in a gap.
There are many things his mind is processing so fast that he can't truly process it, and thus he can't try to comprehend. But the one thing that is blaring in his mind like an alarm is to check his hands, and that's what he does, just to see what they look like.
What is Lazarus afraid of seeing on his hands?
In a perfect world, it would just be skin and flesh, brown. In a world he doesn't want to hold on to or know, it would be something more sanguine or more than that.
At first glance, you don't see any red. It looks dark. And then as the light shifts, as you move and start to stretch out your joints and you catch it again as the sunlight hits this alleyway, it's dried, which is why it blended in before.
What happened? He is going to allow that brain to continue working, realizing he needs to pat and see what is on his person, what's not on his person. He had some things on him, such as, I don't know, a gun and chloroform. And other accoutrement, just seeing what is here.
Nothing
and in that
appears to
same
be
breath,
missing.
heard, in the same breath, is trying to not triangulate, but figure out exactly where he is.
As you stretch your muscles and you come to your feet, you're in a familiar place, not far from where the reliquary is, actually.
He has a lot to process. I think two figures that immediately go to his mind are Cornelius, and only Cornelius, because the other figure is Sierra, most likely going to need Cornelius to give him a once over again. But he can't think about that right now. Right now, he just needs to get back to the reliquary. He doesn't have any ways of communication, not across distances. So all he can do is walk. I dare not say run. I think his body might be too tired to do that, but he will make his way back to the reliquary. Looking back at where he landed, and there's a moment that he wants to try to investigate and see exactly what happened, but he's used to running, and I think that's not going to change right now.
As you head in the direction of the reliquary, give me what do I want this to be? Actually, no. I would say I'll ask you before I ask you to roll for it. How aware of Lazarus's surroundings is he right now? Are we hypervigilance mode, eyes on a swivel kind of vibes? Or are we a little more distracted?
Truthfully, it's neither of those. It's not that he's distracted, but as mentioned before, he's very singularly minded. And right now his focus is get to the reliquary, which is why the look back was only just for a moment and he kept going, not able or willing to look into what it is. He's just going to go.
Fantastic. Then, rather than have you roll for it, I will pan our camera to an upper window of the top of the reliquary where, probably sitting on a fire escape, Gideon, you would see Lazarus approaching.
All right. I think seeing Lazarus down below, Gideon would be like,
Hey, Lazarus, you good, buddy? We don't know where you went yesterday, but can you see me? Can you see me? I'm over here. Hello?
Yeah,
And
I
he's
can
just
see
like,
you. Your voice is loud enough. Shut up.
Okay, good. I just wasn't sure if you could hear me or not, but good to see you, buddy. How are you?
I'm fine. Is everybody else in there?
Yeah. We just came back, had some cookies. It was a good time.
Good time.
Yeah, come on inside.
I have no way of doing this. Just so you're very clear here. 0 ways. Not my ministry. But I think there's a moment when he looks up to Gideon and there's just a desire to make sure that is actually Gideon. Less that it could be Gideon or someone else being Gideon, more that
Yeah.
he's in the right space.
Give me a focus roll if you would. That screams focus.
I don't got nothing in that.
Nah, you don't, buddy.
Nope. So if I remember correctly, if I have nothing, I roll 2 and take the lower of the 2.
Yes, I believe that's correct. Yeah.
We
yeah.
ball. We will be balling, right?
We ball.
I'm so angry. One was a 6 and the other's a 1.
As far as you're aware, that's Gideon. And where Gideon is supposed to be. You know, I think probably better than most. I don't know if Mari and Cornelius have clocked on it, and those two can correct me if I'm wrong. You're pretty aware that Gideon has been crashing at the reliquary, and that Sierra probably doesn't know that Gideon has been crashing at the reliquary.
It's the grating that is still like tinnitus in the back of his ears is what is allowing him to go, yes, that is actually Gideon's voice. You shouldn't be up there. You know that.
where else am I gonna smoke?
Gideon's,
Anywhere
like, smoking
but
a cigarette.
up.
You want one?
I
I feel
don't.
like maybe you need one, buddy.
I do not need a cigarette.
All right, well, just come in the front. Let Sierra know that you're here, and I'll make my way down accordingly.
You see him like look up for a moment. He just wants to like throw something, but he's not going to. He will just shake his head as he goes to the front.
As you come inside, you notice, unlike what Gideon had said, the only one inside is Sierra. There is no sign of Cornelius or Mari. But Cornelius and Mari, above table, have already been summoned and are on their way. So whenever the two of you feel it fitting for you to arrive, please interject yourself. But you do see Sierra sitting, and she looks a little more disheveled than she was yesterday. She's sort of poring over some papers. Her hair, which is normally very tightly controlled, is a little bit... There's a couple of swooshes that are sort of out of place and hanging down in her face. And she's just sort of muttering to herself and hasn't noticed you as you walked in.
Old training, I think, is the thing that really kicks in, because he's never been the one to initiate conversations with her. Even now, being in the reliquary, I think he would get in, look around, notice that the others aren't here yet, see her, would kind of steel himself before he walks over and kind of does that thing when like a kid wants to like ask a question to like go hang out with his friends, but like isn't going to be the one to ask. He's going to let mom ask. You know, so he just kind of just stands there waiting for Sierra. He's 40 something, mind you.
Jesus. She is properly lost in thought, and you see that cane just sort of resting alongside the edge of the table as she is looking over these papers. And it takes probably a solid 5 minutes for her to even clock that you're there, at which point there is like a quick eye shift as like is like almost she feels you, like finally feels your presence, and just sort of puts a hand over one of the papers, pushes it to the side, almost blocking it so that you can't read it.
5 minutes, what was it?
I'm gonna make you do, I think, a read roll for it. No, not read. It's focus, because that's what that skill is for. I'm sorry. But
I'm
I will
using
let
drive.
you. I will. Here's the thing. 1, this is low stakes. 2, you don't need to use a drive because I'm going to give you an extra d6 because you had 5 minutes. So I'm going to give you one as a present, as like a little treat.
Okay.
Just so you're not rolling a disadvantage.
Hey, I'll take 1 versus a disadvantage, I guess. That is a 3.
There is, as you're looking at what she's reading over the course of that 5 minutes, you catch the letter B. That's kind of it. You're still a little disoriented and a little out of sorts. It's not, focus is not easy right now. And she just turns and looks at you, immediately clocks the blood on your hands. Cornelius is already on his way. Do you need attention, or is just a checkup going to work this time?
Whatever you think is best.
I'm asking you, not your, well, I mean, I guess technically I am still your handler, but I'm not, we're not there anymore. This is different.
I think those with an astute eye, but no one's in here, so it really doesn't matter, but those with an astute eye would almost see a chill run down his spine when she says we're not there, and there's a slight dilation of his pupil. I know. I do not feel pain, but they do say that some who are concussed and maybe in more traumatic sequences may not feel said pain, so.
We'll have Cornelius look you over when he arrives. I hate to send you all out again, but it's necessary.
If the mission requires me, I will be there.
It's mostly that I think it'll be better when the rest of them arrive. Where did you wake up this time?
An alley. Couple of clicks from here.
I'll make sure to check the papers for any information that we might not know. And she sort of scoops up the stuff on the table into like a folder. I'm gonna take a minute to put myself together. The others should be on their way already. They've already been summoned. Have you seen Gideon? He's usually the first to arrive and he's late.
Sorry, I don't remember that name right now.
She just gives you a quizzical look before taking the folder and exiting off to an area that you would know probably is where she stays when she is here for overnights, to put her hair back into place because there's a presentation that needs to be made. And you have a moment in this room by yourself before anyone else arrives, which again, whenever the three of you would like to, you are welcome to.
I do think just really quickly, as she begins to leave, there's like a slight glance to where he knows Gideon is. He doesn't know if, because he's been out for so long, he doesn't know if this is the Gideon who has been waking up and hasn't actually been, made himself aware to Sierra yet, or he didn't know the time frame, so doesn't want to get him in trouble yet.
If this is the Gideon who left, went to
Yes.
bed, and has woken up and is coming on their way again, yeah.
Yeah. But so, yeah, we'll just kind of look in that direction. But I do think his eye will look back down to the soaked or dried blood. 13.
I think that's when Cornelius walks through the door and immediately spots Lazarus. Lazarus, are you okay? Where did you go last night?
I was holding off. I am okay. Blood on hands.
Are you sure?
You're a
I'm
doctor.
assuming,
I'm not gonna make you do a roll for this.
Oh.
It's abundantly clear. Something's off. Vibes
Yeah.
not good. Vibes in fact bad.
Lazarus, I don't know where you call home, but I don't think you went there last night. Is that safe to say?
I do not feel hurt. If that is the question that you have.
Do you ever?
Dilation. Perhaps. If you want to do your job, you can.
Okay. Sierra around? Gideon? Mari?
Sierra will be back soon. Gideon is up.
Okay. Well, let's check you out real quick while we have a bit of privacy. And I kind of want to just give him a full once-over to the best of my understanding to see, like, is there anything different about him than when I left him at the courtyard or at the graveyard? Other than the blood on his hands, and if it is his or not.
I'll say if this is like, he's such a militant guy. If this is a checkup, he's going to take off the shirt. He's going to do all the things to make sure that everything that needs to be seen can be. But he will let Cornelius do your job.
Things
Right
to
here
note.
in the ballroom? Oh, sure.
Things to note, mostly for the audience. When the shirt comes off, Lazarus, ripped. Beautiful, beautiful man. Beautiful man. But that's beside the point. That's just for Whitney. But as you're checking him over, the thing that is a little probably alarming, while there is blood on Lazarus's hands, there doesn't appear to be a wound or a mark on Lazarus that would cause that blood to be on his hands, which would lead you to deduce that it is probably not Lazarus's blood.
And last thing I want to check is the wound he got from the dogs that Mari wrapped. How's that looking?
As you take off the bandage, you would notice that there is nothing there.
Like it never happened, nothing there.
Like nothing happened, nothing there. It is fully healed.
I'm going to look down at where the wound was and I look back up at Lazarus. Do you want me to redo these wrappings?
If you believe it will be helpful for you and others.
Oh, Lazarus, you are quite the puzzle. I guess a more direct question is, do you remember the wound you took here the other night? Just to make sure you're cognitive.
The undead hound found
Yes.
by the pictures, yes.
Okay. Do you want to make sure? Do you want other people to know that you've already recovered from this? This is more of a bandaging to help your discretion.
You realize that's when he has clocked that the wound is healed. He has not looked. We might as well not waste resources.
Okay, if you wish. Well, you look as fit as ever, as if you didn't go into a scuffle last night. Any changes of how you normally feel?
I am hungry. I
Okay, that's good.
feel annoyance by the one who is up, and I wonder where the bird is. Those are how I feel. Pain is
Okay.
not one of those.
All right. Well, hunger is a good thing. We will be sure to get you something to eat. You look fine, Lazarus. You look fine. I'm worried about you. You know you can talk to me.
Not to like take the light for a second, but could Whitney could Cornelius do a sway?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's a one.
Well,
That's a one. I'm good at rolling ones, y'all.
okay. Let's just say there's a
you-
nod
Did
and
you
there's quiet.
Did you take
Okay, got it.
Oh, my brain looking at a different sheet. Yeah. Sorry. Continue.
Okay. How about you get dressed and we will go wait for the others.
As you wish, Doctor.
I would say Gideon comes in at this moment. He looks like he's like in a rush, like he just kind of threw on some clothes, like just freshly took a shower. His hair's kind of wet, and he's kind of running in while like pulling up his pants and like tucking his shirt in. And he'll just be like, "Sorry, I'm late. What did I miss?"
Lazarus has returned to us after last night.
I saw him earlier, and is there still blood on Lazarus's hands at this moment, or have you kind of cleaned it off?
I just gave him a once over. I didn't clean them.
Okay, so if your hands are still bloody, Gideon will be like, "Yeah, what are we doing? Were we like finger painting?"
I certainly hope not, actually.
No, I just need to wash my hands.
Oh, okay. That's all
I
right.
will give Cornelius a nod, and I will go wash my hands. That sink is gonna run for a while.
There's definitely
Sure.
like a place for you to go and freshen up here.
Heard.
Gideon, you were late. That's new for you. You're quite usually beat us all here.
Yeah, I decided to take my time today. After the adventures of last night, I figured I probably needed a shower, so just get a little freshen up, just in case we run to. Well, I mean, of course, we were running into Sierra later, and I gotta look my best,
Yeah, of course. Well, while we wait for everybody, how's Lucy, by the way? I haven't seen her in a while.
Lucy's great. Lucy made almost like a full recovery. Honestly, miraculous in every way possible. It's why we haven't really reached out to you lately.
Cornelius, I would love a read roll, and
Okay.
Gideon, would you make a sway roll, please?
I got a 6 on my
I got a
Gilded
5.
die.
On the Gilded. For a moment, and you're not, I would think it's probably, you're not sure if you want to believe him or if Gideon is so desperate for you to believe him. Something's not quite right. It's a little too, you've seen Gideon weave his magic with his words, and there's something a little off in the body language, in the speed and succession at which the words come flying out of that mouth. So it's a little off.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. When we were kids, Lucy really looked after me. She would always go around and say you were going to be the king of New Fair.
Oh yeah, Lucy really she really looked up to her big brother, you know how that is. But I know you guys were close. I'll see about maybe you come maybe visit sometime. She's still kind of recovering, but maybe she'll be in better spirits to receive guests soon.
That would be lovely. And remember, you always have access to my services in case you would need it. Second opinion's always advised.
Oh yeah, but it was serious. She's almost like fit as a fiddle. Like the way that she recovered really was a miracle.
Well, you do sell those, don't you? I feel like if a miracle would have happened, it would happen around you, Gideon.
Oh, Cornelius, you really butter my bread.
Mari would be late. 10, 15 minutes late from this moment. Late enough so the small talk starts to die down into a comfortable or uncomfortable silence. Long enough for Lazarus to finish washing up and do what he needs to do. But when she comes in, she'll come in quietly, not seeming to notice that she's the last one there. She looks gaunt. She looks like sickly as always, but the eye bags underneath her eyes look a little heavier.
Mari, welcome. How were you doing after last night?
Perfectly fine. Sierra is waiting for us.
Lazarus said she's still, I think, getting ready for a presentation or whatever she's called us here for. I'm just doing my rounds, checking up on everyone. Last night was quite eventful. How are you feeling?
I feel perfectly fine.
Wonderful. Anything hang you up on your way here, or?
What? What do you mean?
Well, you're not normally the last to arrive, that's all.
Oh, I'm so sorry to keep you all waiting.
Oh,
not my intention.
no, not at all. I think everyone's kind of taking care of things before we get into whatever this is going to be. Just checking up on you.
Oh, nothing to worry about. Thank you.
Can I make a read on Mari?
Absolutely. And Mari, if you'd like to make a sway, that would be lovely.
Remind me, when I don't have any little blips, is that rolling at disadvantage?
Yeah, it is. Maybe
Okay.
2 and you take the lower.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's a 1.
Got a 6 on the gilded again.
Cornelius.
Oh,
Cornelius, for the second time today, someone that you care about is actively lying to you.
don't say it like that. Pause.
Shade.
You can't trust anyone here, by the way.
That was a seedy little seed thing you did.
Oh,
Sir.
That's my job.
She cultivates the narrative.
Well, I'm glad to see you've made it here, and we've all made it out of last night. Lazarus seems to be doing well, even though he kind of disappeared.
On that cue, that water was, or whatever it was on for a while. Before it finally stopped. But before I continue, Whitney, you said something very, very specific. You said that the bite mark, it's like as if it wasn't there, as if it didn't happen. It is healed boots. That's where my 1 point of body came from. Does that mean that body mark is gone?
No.
Nice try.
Well, I just had to ask. Lazarus walks out.
You gotta hit the hustle, man.
Listen, Linda. I would have.
Look, I drank a bottle of wine last time. We're level-headed and clear this time. Not bad. That body mark still stands.
That's so funny because Dr. Pepper makes me act up more than wine does. Someone DoorDash Whitney a Baja Blast. Let's get freaky in here.
God,
Cut up in my veins, I bleed Dr. Pepper.
Lazarus does walk in, and it's not like he like full stops, but he will walk in. When he sees Mari, there will be a pause. And I think this would be the first time there's a sense of not concern, but definitely a level of care, maybe, that Lazarus shows upon his face. Not that he thinks that she's weak. He does not think that at all, but she's the one he always wants to check in on, just in case. And so would walk over. Little bird.
What time of day is it? Is it morning?
It's about
afternoon?
midday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
How do you hold yourself?
I'm perfectly fine. Thank you so much for asking.
He does the thing where he looks at the doctor, but says nothing. Okay. Well, Sierra should be back soon, and there is another objective that she has for us.
Almost as soon as you say the words, you can hear the clicking of her heels as she re-enters the room. Hair now properly in place, fresh outfit. She is not in like her regular skirted situation. It's more of like a pantsuit ensemble, but like Gilded Age pantsuit, because that is fire. And as she enters, she's holding that folder that you saw her leave the room with, sort of up to her chest, and just sort of gives each of you a nod as she comes in, and doesn't sit, like poignantly just sort of stands at the table, leaving the seats empty for you guys to sit down.
Mari will take a seat. Like any lady would.
Yeah, I'll sit.
He doesn't. He's never been the one to sit. He always stands guard. He's close. He's absolutely with the group. He's not off to the side, but he rarely sits.
You can tell that while she's composed, her voice is a little quieter than usual. And she just sort of taps the backside of the folder a little uncomfortably. Another circle went silent on an assignment. They were sent to recover some notes, research. Specifically, they went silent inside Bellweather Memorial Hospital. And I think, Cornelius, you would clock that she is trying desperately to look at anyone but you.
Do I know she's at this hospital?
You do.
Mari full on looks at Cornelius because they've talked a lot about this.
You said a whole chapter's gone missing? No contact at all?
Apparently it's been 36 hours.
At Bellweather?
I will not pretend this isn't personal, Cornelius. And like for the fight, she finally turns and like looks at you.
I understand. Just the details, please.
I don't have any. This was not my circle that I was overseeing. They've just asked us to go in and see what's happened to them.
So we don't know why they went to the hospital?
To collect research notes. That much I was informed of. And that the recovery of the notes is of utmost importance.
Okay. How far is the hospital from us?
Not super far. It'd probably take you. There's definitely easy ways to get there. Maybe less than an hour to get over there. If you were walking, a little faster if you took one of the trolleys or trams that I'm sure exist.
Cornelius is just going to be really quiet, and then is going to suddenly stand up and like, very good. I will go get my things. And he goes off into a corner and prepares his bag.
Can I read Cornelius?
You can try.
Surprisingly, one of the ones in that cunning group that I have anything in. He doesn't try to read people, but you kind of get something when you have that military life behind you.
And I'm fighting with Sway.
That is up to you. If you are trying to hide how Cornelius is feeling, you can also do hide. But yeah, it would be either sway or hide.
Double ones. Double ones.
So funnily enough, I also got a 1.
You're both just like.
You know what? This is effectively like the reverse of impossible rock meets a movable object. Like, Cornelius, you're very aware that Lazarus has clocked your vibes. But also, Lazarus, you're abundantly clear that like it's both ways. Like, y'all are both aware of what is happening and how little that you are able to hide from each other in this moment.
I think the most thing you notice is that at the beginning, Cornelius was very talkative, trying to check on everybody, and right now he doesn't want to talk to anybody.
Yeah. And he doesn't have more context to what this is, but he knows when a soldier just checked out. But he's also not the one to be trying to therapize to someone after they checked out. But it was absolutely just a full head. Oh, okay. He will turn to who? Who does he think is closest to Cornelius here?
Mari is watching Cornelius and has not, since the mention of the memorial, and has not moved her eyes.
Okay. I think he would turn and it would land on Mari. That's context I don't have. Is this something we need to be prepared for? Something personal?
Yes.
Just like when you gave the okay before in the home of Oscar, he doesn't need a lot of convincing to know when he needs to act, and he knows now that this is important to Cornelius, so let's get the job done. And you see him go directly into soldier mode, ready for orders.
Maybe ask him about it if you find a moment to. People do like to be asked questions about themselves.
If that is his desire. But for now, we should prepare.
You'll never know if you don't ask.
I don't think he responds.
Oh, that's interesting. I found him to be quite responsive. But at your own leisure. Sierra, might I ask? We do not know the name of this circle that has gone missing?
No, that was kept from me. Which I find moderately alarming.
And there has been no question from the Lightkeeper of that circle? Were they perhaps also sent out on the assignment?
We're being asked to check in more as a favor
Oh, a
before
favor
things
to
are escalated.
a favor to whom?
Respectfully, Mari, that is above your pay grade.
We're getting paid.
There's like an audible kind of chuckle from Sierra. And she sort of sets the folder down on the table. And just sort of finally sits in the empty chair where Lazarus could have sat. And just sort of, there's a little, it's uncomfortable, the silence that's sort of in this room, I would assume at this point.
I want to do a cold read on her. I want to roll a sense roll, using my medium ability to know what ailment, stress, or loss a person has had in their life, even if they're trying to hide it. I felt like since last time we talked with her, she's been hiding something from us. So, what special die do I want? I'm gonna use my nightmare dice. Why not? As my gilded.
I'm gonna tell you before you roll this would be a high stakes roll.
It's a 6 on the not gilded die.
This is a woman who you've known for a considerable length of time, who is impossibly good at hiding most of her life. I would say while there is a level of you being allowed to feel as though you know Sierra, in this moment you're very aware that there is, for lack of a better, you've seen the top of the iceberg. There is so much more to this woman than you could possibly begin to understand. And in this moment, you become very aware of how concerned she is about Lazarus specifically.
I think as Mari is getting this cold read, this cold assessment on her, she locks in and starts shaking ever so slightly. And no one else's visibility but hers. There is a snarling beast behind her. It is looming and the room darkens ever so slightly. She's shaking and trying really hard to level her breathing as she feels the anger, the ready to lash out energy of Sen, this shadow entity creature thing that's behind her, and she feels it. Her nails are cutting into her palm.
Yeah, I would say that when we all sat at the table, I would say Gideon did not sit. He pulled out a chair for Mari because he's a gentleman, parentheses performative. Pulled out Mari's chair and was leaning against it, but can kind of, I want to say, like, can Gideon try to like see Mari's like hands shaking and etc.?
I would say you've probably been able to see this before. Mari will grip her hand or her wrist or something so tightly, blood will start to draw if you don't catch it quick enough.
Okay. I would say that Gideon puts his hand out and goes, can I help you out of your seat?
Because it's you, I think that hard grip, the nails digging into flesh, will quickly latch out onto your wrist. And she'll let you help her up.
Gideon helps up Mari out of her seat, and Gideon will be like, Mari, would you like you want to play a game called Over Under?
Okay.
Alright. Over Under
these people that we're checking in on at this hospital, over, they're fucking dead. Under, they're not fucking dead. What's your bet?
Under.
Ah. Mari, I love your optimism. I'm gonna go with over. We'll see.
But-
We'll see where this shakes out.
This is specifically the people we're going to look for at the hospital, not just people in general, because of course there are dead people at the hospital.
Specifically the people we're gonna go check on.
Okay.
I think they're fucking dead.
It's a pessimistic way to go about life, Gideon.
If you had a life mind like mine, you'd probably feel the same way.
I cannot speak for what I do not know. But if you had a life like mine, you'd hope that they're alive.
See, Maya, this is why I always like talking to you. You always have a better perspective.
There's, how do you say, in perspective.
The way. I like the way that you look at things. You have a unique lens.
Eyes are just like little too wide, smile a little bit too forced. So do we flip a coin?
No,
Under?
we investigate, and then whoever's over under, we get we sort it out when we find the mystery.
So what does the over mean and what does the under mean?
It's just a matter of saying, you know,
Is this about the payment thing?
between Mr. Oscar or the other guy. Listen. There's a lot of people that owe me money.
Let's hope we don't run into any more. Would hate for another bullet to be in their face.
The bullet is just and fair.
I was gonna say, while this is happening, I think Lazarus would have taken a moment to. He doesn't really understand the context of what happened between Mari and Sierra, so can't really react to that. Knows that something happened. There's a concern, but Gideon pulling him away is enough. He is going to think about what Mari said, even though it's just not what he does, and he will begin to walk over to Cornelius.
Cornelius just steps out after getting his bag ready.
Are you good to go?
Yes, we should get there as soon as possible. Do you need
They say
anything?
you have a personal stake in this.
Do they? Yes, someone very important to me is being treated at that hospital. Someone I cannot treat currently. So I'm worried if people are dying or over there, I'm quite concerned. Putting it lightly.
What do they look like? Any details you can give me? I do not know this quarry, and if I am to protect them, I need to know exactly who they are.
Dolores is the most beautiful, blonde-haired woman you've ever seen in your life. You'll know her when you see her.
The way, as you speak, you're watching, just like how you take in information when you read and you understand all the formulas and things that you do as a doctor. You are watching someone be told their mission, and you don't fail your mission. So when you say Dolores, blonde hair, you can tell he has registered that immediately. Then we leave.
Thank you. Yeah. Does anyone else need anything before heading out, or are we all ready to go? Sierra, is there anything else?
The research is paramount. To be rather blunt about it, This will sound crass. The circle is dispensable more than the research is. That's what was conveyed.
It always is about the research, isn't it? Noted.
More context. Was Dolores in the circle or just happened to be at the hospital?
Happened to be at the hospital.
Heard.
Yeah.
When Sierra says this, I will say Gideon kind of leans over to Mari and just kind of whispers, "Looks like it's gonna be over."
We shall see.
And rather conveniently, our camera sort of does a crossfade as we end our moment in the reliquary and we open in front of Bellweather Memorial Hospital, a place that Cornelius, you are very familiar with. And probably Mari, through Cornelius, have a very vivid description and memory of, even though you probably haven't ever been here before. And you would notice that whatever is going on, the hospital still appears to be in full operation. There's still movement and noises. It doesn't appear as though something untoward is going on from this outside perspective.
Is there, the minute we get to the hospital, is there like a front desk recipient or nurse that I am familiar with?
You would notice that the desk is actually currently empty. It's the one, like, there's people moving about, there's clearly nurses and movement, but the front desk doesn't appear to be staffed right now.
Does there seem to be like footprints or like there seem to have been a thing that is happening here or has happened here? So I'm looking for if there's any like dirty footprints, if there's anything that's like a scuffle, like is there activity or has that activity already passed? Just trying to get some information on that.
That's gonna be a survey roll.
I can do that. Also, I have to say something. When we were walking here, I think for a moment he did look back and finally see where that bite mark should have been. And the fact that it is so not there has him at a loss. But also, Lightkeeper, I had body armor, so that body mark was soaked.
Don't rewrite the story we were telling.
No, I ain't rewrite nothing. This is the invulnerability that this boy has.
Leaning into the
Don't
fiction.
rewrite our narrative. Okay, that's just been downloaded. It's going up on YouTube tomorrow. Don't rewrite my narrative.
Nah. Listen, you gonna kill us, okay?
This is out of fear, preservation.
Only gonna kill you a little bit, just a little bit.
Get out of here. I will. I can't do that about it. That's a 2.
I think between the events of this morning and the weirdness of the recovery of the bite mark, all of that, you're a little off. And probably in a way that the other 3 haven't seen Lazarus a little bit shaken to this degree before. He is usually a stalwart, a solid rock, and there is something, and take it from me here if you would, Lazarus, yourself personally, the vibe is not correct.
Yeah, I think it's that idea when you come up from a deep sleep, you just need to equalize, and sometimes it isn't fast. Sometimes you need a couple hours to really get yourself back on the track that you had for yourself. So there is a little bit of he's focused, but still waking up. Where should we look? Looking to Cornelius? I don't. Have I been here before?
Not that you're aware of.
I don't like that.
Well, if you all wouldn't mind maybe asking around, seeing if there was anyone in here looking for particular research that maybe have not left, I have a room to go check.
Oh, where you going?
I'm gonna go check to make sure Dolores isn't over and she's under rather.
Oh,
And
right. No, that's great. You should probably do that. You probably know where you're going. I can probably do my sleuthing on this front end when we can reconvene in like, I don't know, like 30.
thank you, Gideon. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
there's no front desk. That means there's no rules.
He just points at you and walks to where he believes Dolores' room is.
Is Cornelius intending to go alone? Because based on what you telling Lazarus about who she is and the importance, he would be following unless he is told not to.
No, he wouldn't tell anyone he wants to go alone. He just that's what he needs to check on first.
Right.
As you enter Cornelius, I'm assuming taking sort of charge and heading off in a direction, you would notice, walking down this familiar hallway, that there is sort of a patient in their full, like, sort of hospital gown, just sort of like leaning against a wall, who is humming a piece of music that immediately snaps you back to a memory you haven't thought about in a very long time, to a piano piece that you remember Dolores performing at elite events. It is instantly recognizable to you.
I think Lazarus, if he is following Cornelius, you see Cornelius immediately snap and make a turn at this patient and be like, where did you hear that?
What? Hi, hello?
The tone you were just humming, where did you hear that?
What was the humming?
Just now you don't believe you were humming?
Was it humming? Was I ever humming? I don't know. We were all invited.
What room are you in? What?
That one. And he just points to a location a little bit further down the hall.
Do you need help? What are you doing out here outside of your room?
I don't remember.
doctor.
I'm supposed to be walking, stretch the limbs. Movement, they said, is important.
I kind of want to scan this person up and down to see if they are witnessing or any kind of hallucinogen thing happening to them outside the normal.
Yeah, sure. Give
Doctor
me
speak.
a doctor speak. Give me a read roll.
Okay. Can I also ask, just because it might answer some questions, did Lazarus also hear this?
Yeah, you guys were all following Cornelius.
Okay, so I was making, this isn't something that Cornelius was hearing in his head alone.
You guys basically watched Cornelius, like, you guys all heard the humming, but Cornelius is the only one who sort of clocked what it was.
Sure.
And then just watched Cornelius stop, turn, and then this interaction happen.
6 on the gilded.
Jeez, you know there's other numbers, Cornelius. There's other numbers.
Hey, tell that to Demiplane.
Fire rolling tonight. Yeah.
There is something that you can't quite put your finger on, that is off and weird, and the more you think about it, the more you parse it over, the more you look at this person, there is a like sort of like glazing over that's periodically happening with their eyes, where it almost looks like they're drifting off to a location. And as you're sort of there in front of them, you notice they start to levitate ever so slightly until you say another word, and then it's like back down to the ground.
I think. Can I escort you back to your room?
Were you also invited?
Yes. Do you know where we're supposed to go?
No. I just know that when it's right, I'll go.
And you do not believe it's right currently?
The time's not right yet. No, that's not the right word. The signature's not right yet. The melody hasn't begun. Like, the eyes are glazed over as he says those words.
I want to pull out a bleed detector to see if he's emitting any kind of bleed. We'll mark it off my gear.
Can I also ask a question?
Yeah, what you got?
As someone who also very much feels withdrawn from the world and like they're walking through a dream or molasses, do I hear anything in the back of my head?
As this interaction is happening, and you sort of take a moment to let that wall open, there is a rhythmic ticking that you sort of start to hear that feels on beat, almost like an internal metronome in your head.
Okay, as Cornelius takes out the bleed detector, I just reach out and start tapping on the back of the shoulder, that rhythm.
Back of Cornelius' shoulder?
That's the pace.
Are you feeling that here?
You can hear a lot of things when you listen.
Okay. I need to go check on Dolores. Right now. And he just puts his head down and continues towards Dolores' room.
You said they played piano once. Yes?
What's that?
You said she played piano once.
Yes, she played. I mean, she hasn't played it in almost 2 years, but that was what song she wrote, as far as I understand.
It's lovely. Slow your step.
No.
Your step is a little too fast. Feel it. You too. And looks to me, like to Gideon and Lazarus, and starts following Cornelius with the same steady metronome.
Do you take this patient with you, or do you leave them in the hallway?
That's a good question.
On season 3 of The Pit.
Yeah. I think Cornelius leaves them. And I think he's using all his like he wants to rush to Dolores' room.
Yeah.
But he knows when things weird are happening, he listens to Mari. So he is attempting to walk in the direction of the room towards this beat.
And then the last thing I will give you, as you had given them that once over during all of that, you did notice that like their fingertips are sort of covered in like paint smears.
Like a specific color?
Not specific color, just the hands of someone who probably works with or has used paint recently.
Everybody be finger painting today.
I was waiting for it.
Jesus.
Wait, does this hospital have a specialty? Like, you know how some hospitals are known for like cardiovascular, some are known for children's health. You said that I haven't been here as someone who's exhausted almost all options for doctors. I'm wondering specifically if this is one of those institutions that has a very like, I don't know if hysteria is a thing here, but like is this known for like
a mental health
psychiatric?
Good question.
Yeah, psychiatric.
You know that they have people here who study that, but it's not like geared specifically towards that.
Okay.
It is a memorial hospital, though, so there might be a level of not like the average case is going to be here, but who knows?
Makes sense.
Yeah, I will follow as well. I think with now there being a bleed aspect, Lazarus shifts from being right behind Cornelius to being at the back of the group, intentionally making sure Gideon, unless Gideon has effed off to another area. Can you say you're going to stay around the front and do stuff?
Yeah, I think after they kind of had that experience with the guy off to the side, like Gideon would be like, well, I said I would interview these other people. Also, like the vibe is that you want to be with Dolores, and Gideon's kind of like, that's your girl. I'm gonna back it up, kind of thing. So, he's definitely gonna be kind of at the front, just being like, "Hello, is there anybody here I can talk to?" Or just gonna kind of meander down like another hallway and be like, "Hello."
So, just to clarify, Gideon is going off on his own.
Yeah.
Copy. We will circle back to Gideon. Cornelius, you know the exact way to get to Dolores' room. It's a place that you've been. It's probably been a little bit of time since you've been here. But you know the direction that you're supposed to go. And as you're sort of walking down this hallway, there is a moment where you turn left where you would normally turn left, and then it's like you're back at the beginning of that first hallway again. Like the walls themselves almost have shifted as you like hook a familiar hallway, and you are back at the start of like the familiar hallway.
In the back rooms. I don't know if I'm just worked up or upset, but this doesn't seem like the right direction anymore.
Would you like to turn around?
And if I turn around, can I still see the painting patient from where I am?
You can still see the painting patient from where you are.
Yes. I'm sorry for rushing off. We should do this more carefully. I don't know how to get to her right now. I don't know. And he just starts checking his own pulse to see if he is going through some sort of cardiac arrest or if something else is happening.
Would you like, Cornelius, for this to be more effective?
This being...
Getting to her room?
Yes, quite.
Oh God, I feel so faint. Doctor, help. I just full on hit, like throws herself against the wall. Right under my ribs. Oh, it hurts so badly.
Is there a doctor in the building?
You see
Nurse!
Before I respond, Lazarus, what you got?
That's it. That is. He does have no clue what's happening right now.
You see very quickly, like several patients who are sort of in the hallway, sort of shift and look at you. There's nurses who immediately start moving, and then a woman comes over, shorter brown hair, sort of in a doctor's coat, and just looks over and just goes, "Oh my God, are you all right? What is going?
This grief, this separation. I have not seen her in so long, and we have to get to her. But I don't remember how to get to her room.
Are you?
Dolores Delspear? Dolores Delspear's room. We're just trying to get there.
Oh, Miss, sorry, you seemed like you were genuinely, in pain, and I just.
It's a physical pain. It feels like my chest is ripping apart.
Do you need to be examined for the pain, or?
Don't get there soon. If we don't get there soon, I fear I might fail. Oh, nurse, help me. Walk me now. Please.
Okay,
To Dolores' room, please.
Lazarus is not good at reading shit. So as you say you're about to faint, you are scooped up by Lazarus. What is happening?
Oh, yes, even better. Please follow this nurse. Please take us to
I'm
her.
a doctor, but I can.
Doctor, this is all the years of studying, and I just thrown it away. It happens when I am not near her. Please.
The woman just sort of looks at like Cornelius and Lazarus, like utterly befuddled at the response of this of Mari.
I don't know this doctor.
No, this is a doctor you are not familiar with.
Great. That is perfect. It'd be bad if it was. Yeah, she's just really upset. She misses Dolores quite. We haven't seen her in some time. Could you please take us over there? I'm sorry. It's been a while since I've been here, and I don't quite remember the way.
Oh, of course. I believe she's still in. We haven't moved her room, not that I'm aware of. Dr. Harlan Muse. It's a pleasure to meet you. Make your acquaintance. Follow me, and she'll just sort of turn and head down the hallway that you were heading towards.
She called me Dr. Harlan?
No, she introduced herself as Dr. Harlan
got
Muse.
it. I was like,
that is her name. She has a name.
Cornelius Burns. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Come with me. And she'll start heading down the hallway. And
Lazarus's ear is just saying like, oh, the small talk makes it more painful, but not loud enough for everyone else to hear.
I think Lazarus is so confused. He's like, there. We will find her.
Mari like reels back for a second. He's like, I'm fine.
Oh. Huh? Still walking.
It's like a play.
As our camera begins to pan away, there's a moment where it sort of focuses on Mari. And Mari, in Lazarus's arms, you sort of feel Sen shift. And they lean, like almost as if your own shadow leans into your ear. And very softly, you hear the words, "We were invited first." And then our camera fades. Down a different hallway, we find Gideon doing what?
I'm just trying to find somebody to talk to, try to get information on like the circle that was here before us.
Mm-hmm.
Usually a front desk would have like a logbook because you have to check in visitors. No one can come to, the place all willy-nilly like. And since no one's at the front desk, he's kind of like thumbing through it to see if he recognizes any names.
You don't recognize any names as you're scrolling through this list. And as you're just sort of walking the halls, doing sort of your own like vibe check, you do see the like logbook of where people can like log in visitors. And looking at it, you can see about maybe like a solid like a day and a half ago or so, you see 4 names all written in at the same time. But looking at the names are blurry. And then as you're staring at them, you watch as they're almost rewritten in real time. And you see the timekeeper, the restorative motif, the percussionist, the notation.
Okay. Gideon's gonna take out like his little debt book and like kind of write it down, like what he's seeing and like the date and the time, and just be like, "That's fucking weird. I kind of wish Mari was here right now."
As you say those words out loud, there is a moment where you hear them echo in your own mind before you say them. And I would love for you to take a point of brain for me.
Oof.
And as
I would say, yeah, Gideon, whenever he says that out loud, he gets like this really like sharp pain, and he puts kind of the flat of his hand like right against like his eyeball, like he has like an ocular migraine that's kind of just randomly hit him, and he sees it. He sees a little bit of like stars for a second. And he shakes his head, and then he just kind of slowly blinks and looks around, and he'll just like kind of refocus and lock back in and just be like, this place is fucking weird.
You're so correct. And you see,
He's gonna like jump and like look.
Leaning against a wall, you see a rather beautiful blonde figure in a hospital gown.
I have met Dolores, but a long time ago. Does this person look like Dolores?
It does not look like Dolores.
Okay. Gideon would be like, "Oh, good evening, madam. I see that you are not in your usual room, and maybe you should be. Do you need an escort back
You
to
are
where
not
you?"
a doctor. You can't bullshit a bullshitter.
I'm not a doctor, but I could be your guy.
Why are you here? Why are you really here?
Oh, well, my friend wanted to visit his girl in the hospital, and I came as,
but you're not with
friend.
him. You went off
I
on your own
figured they
little
wanted
adventure.
alone time.
She like pulls herself off the wall and sort of comes closer to you. And as she like shifts, there's that like intercom static that happens when like an intercom is turned on, and you hear the beginning beats of a melody start to play. You're quite a talker, aren't you?
A little bit. Gideon's gonna back up a little bit.
Have you been invited yet?
Invited to what?
Some people don't value the artistry in speech. You are an artist with your words, Gideon.
Thank you.
You would also clock that you have not told your name to this person.
Oh yeah, I didn't. See. What I am bereft to hear that I have missed an invitation. To what do I owe the pleasure, and how may I offer my services? As you could see, you know my name, so maybe my reputation precedes me. I am a salesman of sorts, and I can definitely offer you some wares if you would like.
Yes, I believe you want to offer me a deal or sell me a potion that doesn't exactly work.
It's all in the mind's eye.
Don't worry, darling. And she like leans in and sort of taps the side of your cheek. You already had me convinced in the second movement.
I mean, usually that comes in at the later, but you know.
You can call me the composer. And she extends a hand to you.
Pleasure to meet you. And then he's gonna have like a little business card.
Would you like to accompany me to the theater?
He's gonna look around the room and I suppose.
Fantastic. And she will. Do you take her hand?
Yeah, why not?
As you take her hand, she starts to sort of lead you down a hallway. She doesn't speak right away. Are you doing anything in this moment?
I guess I'm sort of like surveying my surroundings, seeing what hallway I'm being led down, sort of like making a mental note.
As you are heading down this hallway, it almost feels as though the hospital itself is performing for you. The walls are sort of shifting, and you see chairs start to appear as you're walking. And as you head down this hallway, you see a placard above the door at the end of it that says surgical theater.
Huh. While you're taking me on this wonderful freeform jazz odyssey, have you heard of Dolores Delspear?
She stops in the middle of this hallway and freezes and turns to stare at you. And like the eyes go wide, and you watch as she starts to hum that piano piece that you heard as you entered the hallway initially, and levitates ever so slightly.
Rough crowd? Competing arts?
And he'll sort of like tug on his collar to let off a little steam.
As she finishes humming a melody, she comes back down to the ground. And it, like, in that moment, you could sort of see as her eyes sort of glazed over, and she refocuses. Who are you?
Oh, hi. Nice to re-meet you. I'm Gideon.
I haven't met. I don't know who are you? And she starts to back away.
He'll like point to her hand and be like, I gave you a business card.
She like holds it up. Huh.
We had a full conversation. You said that I was late for something, and then I started following you, and this place got a little crazy, and you know, some music started playing, and then you got mad because I mentioned Dolores Delspear.
There's a long pause, and the eyes glaze over again, and the smile returns, and she sort of like shifts herself back into position. That's right. You've been invited. And she'll extend the hand again.
Would it be okay if I just use the little boys' room for a second?
You don't want to be late for the performance.
Oh, I'm sure I could just sneak right in under the radar. I really gotta use the can.
I really must insist. And she like starts to approach you.
I'm going to back away slowly, but like kind of do it in like a little like two-step, like I'm trying to be cute with it.
Give me a move roll.
Okay.
Christ.
Okay, I'm gonna burn a dry for this because I feel like now's the time.
It's high stakes, I'll give you that.
A 5.
A 5. You start to back up, and as you're backing up away from her, you notice that this hallway feels like it's extending. She hasn't gotten to you, but the 2-step is slowing you down, and you can feel yourself almost tripping over your own feet as you're backing up.
Okay.
What you doing, Gideon?
I think I'm gonna loudly yell for Mari. And then start running. Mom,
Yeah.
there's crazy shit happening and I don't want to be here anymore.
As you yell for Mari, there is an echo that reverberates with your voice. And again, you hear that yell before you say it in your mind. Can you take another brain mark for me, please? And the second that brain mark, that like pain hits you, you see standing in front of you, independent of Mariama, a familiar dark shadow. And we are going to go to break. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
So fucked.
And we return. Not where I'm sure everyone would like us to, but on the other side of the hospital. Mari cradled in Lazarus's arms, following Cornelius and Dr. Harlan. What was the last name I gave this person? It's in my notes. Muse. Dr. Harlan Muse.
Muse. LOL. I hate you.
I think our time is running out. There's a supermassive problem in this.
Where, as you had walked, the last thing that happened before we panned away was Sen physically turning to you, Mari, and whispering, "We were invited first." And we pick back up in the moment after that happening.
Oh, Mari has gone a little, not stiff, but just wherever the tension in her body was when that happened is there, and it is the same, and she's not moving in the slightest. And so she's looking over Lazarus's shoulder as she's carried and just staring at her shadow. Does it feel like Sen?
It feels like Sen. But there is an independence to it that you are very not familiar with.
Sen has never spoken to her before. So this is new. She is unmoving.
I think Lazarus, you would probably clock how stiff Mari sort of gets in your arms.
Yes, I definitely notate the stiffness in a normal space. If Lazarus was just someone who gets it, he would understand that there's this is probably related to who she is and the things. She's done some weird stuff, but instead she just gets really stiff, and he's like, "Oh no, is she dead?" Because she just had a whole heart attack, and she said she was fainting. So there's just a pause, and he immediately kind of holds her out to make sure that you're okay.
And I hate to use a goofy metaphor, but a chicken, has that head stabilization. Her head is just moving to keep stable view on where she's looking over your shoulder.
Oh, you're actually okay.
Uh-huh.
Do you want me to keep carrying you? You got stiff.
Uh-huh. What does Sen look like following?
As you look over at Sen, who's sort of moving independently, it almost feels like rather than being attached to you, they're almost walking beside you.
The fist curls in Lazarus's vest.
And you would notice as it's not consistent, but periodically you would see just the fingers sort of shifting, almost like they're conducting in air.
Tilts the head to the side. Just watching.
I think Cornelius hasn't seen any of this and is just full following Dr. Muse down the hall. How long have we been walking now?
Walking with Dr. Muse, she makes a left at the place that you would make a left at, and it doesn't feel like when you tried to go at it alone, there's no shifting of the hallways. It's a pretty straightforward route to Dolores' room. You can tell you're probably almost there.
Great. I look back at my companions. Don't worry, Mari. We're almost there.
You see, Lazarus sort of has
Noticing.
Mari out a little bit from himself, and then Mari's like staring over Lazarus's shoulder.
Mari, we're good. You can tone it down a little bit. She's taking us there.
Uh-huh.
Mari. What's
Are
going
you
on?
like behind Lazarus, like getting her attention?
I've stepped back a little bit as she's leading us, as we're almost there, being like, you don't have to play it up. And then I think that's when he noticed you're just like, blam.
Don't worry about it. Go.
Okay, if you're sure.
Yeah, of course, I'm sure. And ask Cornelia, are you feeling off to go for it?
Yeah.
As Cornelius does that, I'm gonna lean really close into Lazarus's ear and say, "It's never spoken before. I need to talk to it. I need a moment."
Oh. What didn't you just say? She's okay. And he looks at Cornelius and gives you a nod that it's not Morse code, obviously. It's not like anything like specific, but it's very much a soldier's got this. Walk forward. We will meet you. Type energy like, she hurt her head. I need to care for her.
Okay, fine. Just catch up soon.
Find her.
Okay. And I will continue with Dr. Fuse.
And as they get a bit away, just turn to see where she's looking.
Is anyone else in the room or in the hallway?
No, the hallway
No.
is probably you probably haven't noticed it before this moment, but there is nobody in the hallway now. You are utterly alone in the space with Lazarus and your shadow.
Oh, it feels like we've kind of transcended, no?
I don't want to say yes because I don't know if that is what is what do they do? Do I see the shadow?
You still see Mari's shadow where you've always seen it.
On the ground.
Uh-huh.
So I think he's just like staring at the ground.
As she's walking closer to a wall, so the shadow is on the wall and is reaching out to touch it. Almost like, from her perspective, it's like she's reaching out to touch the muzzle of a horse. Way above. But that's not the shadow you see, obviously.
I think he's gonna grab your arm before you can actually like make contact with anything. Hold on. This is a lot's happening right now.
It's okay. I think.
Read. Can I vibe check here? Oh, illustrious Lightkeeper. Can I vibe check?
You can do a read check. You can give me a vibe check.
I would love to attempt. I'm using my one drive. Five.
I will, before I answer, what specifically is Lazarus looking for in this moment?
He has trusted, just like Cornelius said earlier, or well, I guess Tony said, when it comes to bleed, there's no one else in this group who understands it like Mari. Even if she could be the one experiencing the pain or whatever versus just witnessing it. And he's making sure she's confident in what she's doing. She's not acting on impulse. She's acted on impulse, but it's been very tactical still. is this still Mari having control of what she's trying to do, or is this her walking into the unknown without the protection? Like, he's just trying to read if she is fully understanding what she's trying to do, or is this kind of dream state?
You are very aware that this is full reality, and as you're staring at Mari and looking between her and the shadow on the ground and her reaching out to what you don't see, there is in the back of your mind it starts almost like gunfire, but it's rhythmic, structured. And then the gunfire almost shifts into a metronomic sort of vibe. And you suddenly become very aware that you are not alone in this hallway. And your eyes are drawn further down it. Away from Mari and this whatever Mari is interacting with in this moment.
Okay.
Let go. Please. Let go.
It's
Can
funny
I-
that he mentioned impulse and how that typically isn't what happens, because the minute she says let go, his hand is down, like she just gave a command to a soldier.
You don't understand. I feel more connected than I ever have. I've never done anything as foolish or rash or loud as what I just did, and that's what I needed to talk to Sen, to talk to her. And as she touches the shadow on the wall,
Do your talking. And I'm walking down towards that sound.
Our camera sort of stays on Mari in this moment. And as Lazarus walks out of our frame, we hear that intercom trickle again, that static, as music begins to play. And Mari, almost similarly to a horse, you watch as that shadow like nuzzles into your hand, and you can feel it physically against it.
Hi, Sen. You felt so far for so long. You're really not that bad, are you? Maybe we weren't always meant to find each other. Maybe life will be easier now.
You watch as that finger conducting continues, and then there is a coldness that touches the side of your hand where Sen is leaned into it. As Sen pulls itself away, and like you can almost see the shadow shift, like it's looking at something, as it peels itself off the wall. And then softly, you feel it touch your face.
You're not so scary.
The talkative one needs me. And you watch as Sen vanishes in front of you.
I feel cold and alone. I look to one side. I don't see Cornelius. I don't think anymore. The doctor. I look to the other side. Do I still see Lazarus?
You do not.
Oh.
And more importantly, when you look down, you do not have a shadow in any capacity.
This is fine. It has felt like such a comfort, almost, this shadow that started developing slowly, morphing features slowly over time, almost imperceptibly, until months and months went by, and it took the form of this ominous looming creature, and now it's just not there. And it was scary at first. It was screaming, it was angry or in anguish, I don't know, but recently it's not felt so bad. And to not have it now, it's always there. She's always there. I think Mari feels truly alone and tries to find the rhythm and the steady breathing and turn towards the direction that Cornelius and the doctor went in and tried to find Dolores' room.
When you go to listen in for that rhythm again, it's not there.
And I walk to the rhythm the best I can remember it.
And her camera pans down the hall towards Lazarus. It didn't feel like you walked very far, but if you were to look behind you, you would already not see Mari behind you. It's almost as if the walls are moving as you're walking. And as you get further away, you hear, now not internally, out loud, you can hear, for lack of a better word, the music of the battlefield.
He walked faster than he, I don't want to say should be able to walk, but there was a swiftness in which he left. He is meticulous and slow and quiet in many ways, but when his mind is set on something, he goes for it, and this was enough. And this was enough because whatever this is, especially as it sounds so familiar to a past, he can't seem to remember. He wants to remember, and he has rushed over.
As you push your way further down this hallway, you hear a door that you didn't walk through close behind you. And then behind you, you hear a voice you have not heard in a very long time. A familiar one. Gravelly. You've been conducting your whole life, and here you are again. And I think without turning around, you would know this to be Vince's voice.
No. I don't think he talks. I think he has to see before he can speak. I think he does turn around.
You would see, leaning against the wall, a man you have not seen in probably about, about 10 years? Looking probably exactly the same as the last time you saw him.
You shouldn't be. You were Vince. What is this?
The percussionist who doesn't know he's in rehearsal strikes again.
I think he moves forward, but he doesn't stop. He's not the type to guess with his eyes. He's very tactile. He likes to know when something is. It's why when he was offered chloroform, he would rather make sure the beat that he could feel within where he is holding this person's neck. He wants to feel it still. He does not believe everything he sees is true, because things he's seen or haven't seen, he barely can remember, but he can feel. And he's going to move forward to see if this person's actually standing here or if this is a trick.
So are you closing the distance towards them?
I absolutely am.
The closer you get, you notice it's cold, and you can see the breath coming from their nose.
And I'm about a couple inches away, and that's when I stop.
You can feel the weight of this person in front of you.
What is this?
We've been invited.
Who's we? Invited to what?
Don't you want to come with me? Side by side, once again, just like old times.
I don't remember what. I don't remember how. I don't know how I can go with you when time seems to leave me, and everything feels wrong, Vince.
He holds up his hand but doesn't touch you. Just like it's there, almost like an invitation. I can take you to the show. We can go together.
Will it help me remember?
I've never been good at helping you remember, but I've been very good at helping you forget. And there's a smirk to the face that you remember so vividly.
Whitney, what I'm battling now is that I think Lazarus was willing and about to say yes until he said the word forget, which is the one thing Lazarus doesn't want to do. So is there something I could roll to resist the charm I would love to fall into right now?
Yeah. Why? Oh, what do I want to make this roll? I'm gonna go with read, specifically for the third thing that it says under it, without spoiling it for the audience.
Okay.
If you're
Well,
picking
let's
up what
see
I'm
what
putting
happens.
down.
Yep. Oh God, I dropped the die. Father, help.
I will tell you, this is high stakes. In case it wasn't clear.
Well, here's the issue. Omega wants to fail, but he said forget.
Hey.
Cass, can I have a stamina training dice?
Yeah, take it. Take it.
Yeah.
I have 2 dice now. It's a 5 on the gilded dice.
There is part of you that has longed to see this face again, I think. Almost the way, a familiarity to it. Going back to something you know, even though it's not good for you. But you can almost taste, when he says the word forget, you can taste the venom in the honey. you can sort of see as much as you want to believe that this is Vince, as much as your heart is telling you that it is Vince, it's not quite right. And I am going to need you to take a brain mark for me.
Yeah, of course. And I think in that minute detail, the minute details that soldiers need to pick out, because if they don't, that is when death or whatever is worse comes. It's that minute detail that allows him to understand that this is not Vince. The hair isn't falling as it should. The hazel is a little too gray. The smile isn't as careless. But a soldier needs to know. And now he's equipped with understanding that something is wrong, so he will take his hand regardless.
The fingers interlace with yours. Are you coming with me?
War and death go hand in hand.
If you allow, he will lean in to kiss you.
He will let it happen.
As the lips touch,
Happy Pride Month.
if anyone else was in this hallway, they would hear almost like a whooshing sound as a blackish purple fog takes over this spot where the two of you were held. And the two of you vanish. And our camera pans to the inside of a hospital room. Sort of pushes through the door as just outside it, almost there, we reconvene with Cornelius and Dr. Harlan walking down this hallway.
Are we there yet? I thought you said she was not moved.
She wasn't. We're almost there. It's just there. So, sorry. Doc, you said you were also a doctor.
Of sorts, yes.
What did you study?
I studied in school modern general practices. Now something a little more specialized, a little more unique.
A fellow reluctant orchestrator of flesh, aren't we?
We try not to get to that point, right?
Yeah. I've always thought myself as someone who could arrange bodies back into some sort of temporary harmony. Fix the composition, as it were.
I'm sorry. How long have you been practicing here at this hospital?
Time makes fools of us all, doesn't it? Not sure exactly.
Yes. Dolores' room.
Dolores. Yes. Dolores. And like the voice sort of trails off as they say it, as you approach the door.
Is there a window for me to look inside?
There is not a window.
Cornelius stands there, trying at first to be polite, and then just walks in the door.
As you walk in the door, the lights are off initially, And stepping inside, you hear the sound of a click as the door sort of closes behind you.
Do I find a light switch or try to open the door?
If you go to reach for the handle, the door is not opening.
Whatever. Dolores! And
Uh,
I'll try to look through the room for Dolores.
there's a light switch right by the door if you would like to hit it.
Perfect, yes.
As the light illuminates this room, it's that bright, blinding hospital light. So there's probably like a little bit of an eye blink that happens as it comes, as it lights up. And shifting your attention to the bed, you would see a perfectly made bed with no one in it, but a piece of parchment paper laying on it. With probably from this distance you can't really make out what it is, but it's got some scrawls on it.
I look back at the door. No sign of the doctor.
There isn't a window in the door to look out at, but if you were to try the handle again, it wouldn't open.
I've messed up. I go to the parchment and I try to read it.
There's nothing to read. It is a drawing, and you would see a full-page sketch of, and you would recognize her instantly, of Dolores sitting at a piano on a stage, and below the stage in the front row you would see the familiar faces of yourself, Mariama, an empty seat next to Mariama, which looks like it's embodied by a shadowy figure of some sorts, Lazarus, a seat of a man you do not recognize sitting next to Lazarus, and then on the other side of that man, Gideon, looking up at a stage, smiles on face at Dolores on a stage.
What the hell is the meaning of this? He's gonna try to go for the door again.
As you're looking at that paper, you hear the click of the door as it opens and then closes again. And would see when you turn around the face of Dr. Harlan Muse.
Doctor, first of all, what is the meaning of this, and where is Dolores? Your patient is not there.
She's been invited to the orchestra. As of you. After all, what is a surgeon if not a composer? I can take you to her. Your unfinished composition.
Yes, please take me to her. He folds up the piece of paper, puts it in his pocket.
She will extend a hand to you.
This is a bad idea. And he gives her his hand.
As you take the hand, can you mark a point of brain for me, please?
For sure.
That feels right.
Yeah.
And she will begin to lead you out of this room. And as she leads you out of the room, you hear that familiar piano tune, but it's louder. And it's not perfect. It's got little flaws in it, the way that you recognize Dolores is playing, because every person who plays is ever so slightly different. There is a rhythm to it that sounds familiarly hers. And the hallway seems to stretch for longer than it should, as eventually there is a pause and she stops walking.
What, are we waiting for something?
Just a moment. And she sort of looks up at nothing, and the eyes glaze over ever so slightly. And she begins to hum that tune again. And rises up. Just off the floor, maybe 3-4 inches. Before returning back down. I'm glad
Why
you
do
chose...
people in this hospital keep doing this?
The conductor is interesting. He mentioned that he's been following you for quite some time.
If that's true, then he might know I am very impatient when it comes to answers I want.
He needed time to put his anchor in place. And there's almost like a smug grin on her face as she looks at you.
I don't know what your game is. I just want you to take me to Dolores.
Oh, we started at the same game. I know who sent you.
You know the other circle.
They didn't see things correctly. They weren't willing to accept the truth. But once I understood, it's better this way. Do come along. You'll be late for Dolores' performance.
Fine.
And our camera will pan back to a separate hallway where we see Gideon backing away from a blonde woman in a hospital gown who is closing down on you quickly. And at the other side of it, you would see the sign for the surgical theater. If Gideon has Gideon ever been to like a theater performance before?
I would not say so, no.
Okay, well then above table so that you can see it and our audience can. If you've ever been to the theater, right before the show starts, out in the lobby, there's like a dimming of the lights that says, "Hey guys, let's go to our seats." The lights in this hallway dim in that way and come back up. And you see this woman turn to look at the door and then back at you with like the head swivel is uncomfortable. Gideon, we're going to be late. Come now, dear. And she'll like extend the hand while like walking down at you. All your friends are going to be there. You wouldn't want to disappoint, what's her name? Mari. She'll be so sad if you don't come. And Lazarus, so protective.
Can I make a roll to like
Yeah,
see if
yeah,
she's telling the truth or not?
Give me a read roll.
Double ones.
Maybe it's because you have spent a lifetime spewing bullshit. But for once, I think there is a piece of Gideon that wants to believe it.
Okay. Is Sen still at the other side of the hallway? Because
you feel Sen behind you.
I guess Gideon will like kind of peer over his like shoulder, knowing that there's something there. Can he tell that it's like that it's Sen or that it's Mari adjacent? Like, does he know, or does it just feel like an entity?
I think in this moment, you've spent a lot of time with Mari and talking to Mari, and you've only ever seen Sen on walls, but this is a corporeal translucent, obviously, because it's like a shadow figure. But it's a corporeal being standing in front of you. So I'm going to let you as Gideon decide if you would clock that this is Sen.
Okay.
Bearing in mind that you've only ever seen him in a 2-dimensional way, and this is a 3-dimensional being in front of you.
I feel like during the incident with the camera, like Sen very much was visible, so maybe Gideon would know, but maybe also wouldn't. So I think he's just gonna mutter under his breath to whoever is listening and just be like, I have no idea what to do. And I'm starting to feel some kind of way. And Mari, if you're out there, if you could give me some kind of fucking sign, or like a you know, like a letter or something. He's like low-key crashing out.
Mari, can I have a sense roll, please?
You may. That's the good one for me. Okay. Denisovich. Sorry, my cat's in my lap. Trying to roll my dice. That's a 5.
Mari, in your separate space, separated from everyone, trying to walk to that rhythm that you can't quite remember. Like a song that's on the tip of your tongue, but you can't quite place it. There is a moment where, shocking through your head, you can hear Gideon say your name. You can't see Gideon, but you can feel him.
I will pause. And again, as if in a haze or dream or moving through molasses, I will turn and start to walk towards it, wherever that pole is.
Fantastic. Gideon, you see this person, not the shadow, the person closing on you. They are not very far away, maybe 5 feet.
And, I think Gideon is just gonna be like, I need a sign, any kind of sign, and then just like brace for impact. I would try to like back up more, and yeah, I'm gonna take out my gun and just be like, don't come any closer. I really don't want to have to do this, but I don't know you and I'm a little weird about being touched. So I'm gonna need you pump the fucking brakes here.
You watch as this woman in front of you, the head tips to the side, and she raises a hand, and you can watch as the nails sort of extend into claws that look from a weird angle curved almost like a music note. As the hand goes over the head to come down to make a slash at you. What
I think I'm gonna shoot my gun. I think I'm gonna pop this patient. I'm not a good man.
Give me a control roll.
Okay. 5.
You fire your gun and you watch as it strikes her square in the middle of her stomach, and there is a hiss that comes from the wound as she shifts her body again and goes to rake the claws down on you. As those claws start to come down near you, you can feel as Sen wraps himself around you. Mari, can you take a body mark for me and describe what it looks like as your back begins to bleed?
Oh, I think through the fibers of Mari's dress, fine dress, there's a brief pulse almost as if her spine was black and extending in a ripple of sharp spines that ripple down and immediately go back into her body, but leave behind the pierced flesh as there are holes in her dress, holes in her skin, and blood dripping down her back. And as this happens, there's a little, but otherwise no reaction. Someone used to taking pain. And the steady movement, one foot in front of the other. Keep moving towards, keep going through the motions. We have to do this.
As that blood starts to drip, you can feel the warmth in the cut, and you are instantly very aware of where specifically Sen is. Because wherever Sen is in pain. And you can feel that coming through a bond that for a brief moment was closed and left you feeling hollow. But it's like the barrier goes back up again. And it's that pulsing. And Gideon, you can feel Sen wrapped around you in this moment as you hear the sound of Mari's heels coming from the other end of the hallway. As this creature brings their arm back to strike again. What are you doing in this moment?
I shoot her again.
Now, if you shoot her again, you do have a shadow creature in front of you. Above table. If you do not get a 6 on this roll,
I'll shoot Sen.
You're gonna shoot. It's gonna go through Sen to get to her.
I will.
Bestie, you want one of them gilded dice? I feel like.
Yeah, dude.
This is the definition of high stakes.
Hey, does Sen got drive to give or what?
Yeah, Sen will give a. I was waiting for there to be a pause. I'll give drive.
It's gotta be nerve drive because this is gonna be a control roll.
Okay. I thought I could do it maybe through sense.
I can
'cause
probably
there was
take one of
sensing
one of them stamina training dice.
Yep, it's yours. We got one left.
Okay. And then, or what I can do is that I can saw this coming, and 3 times per assignment I can add a D circle to mine. I can add a D. I can add.
You can add a dice. You can
D6.
add a dice.
I can add a dice. I can add some yuck on this roll. We'll see.
Oh my god.
Put some jack on it.
Put some stank on it.
Demonetized immediately.
Someone clip it. Make my life easier. Make my life easier, please.
Demonetized immediately.
What's your stage name?
Two
Dick
sixes.
Rizzle.
I have 2 6s in my pool. Yep.
2 6. Let's go.
So multiple 6s is a crit. So where specifically is Gideon aiming, and what does it look like?
I think Gideon goes for a headshot.
Mari, you can hear the gunshot echo through the hallway, and you can know you're close. And there is a uncomfortable sound as the shot hits exactly where you mean for it to, and the body of this patient crumples to the floor. Just as Gideon comes into view for you, Mari, you can see Sen wrapped around Gideon, almost in the protective hug, and behind them, on the floor in a growing pool of blood, a blonde woman in a hospital gown.
As San is wrapped around, almost like holding a small child, from like protection to like holding a small child in a more comforting embrace. That's what you see as Mari steps through the shadow that is Sen to also put her arms around you. And take a big breath. It's okay.
Gideon's definitely like hands are kind of shaky. And then he's just gonna like feel Mari's hug. And he's just gonna like reach out with shaky hands and just kind of reciprocate and just be like, holy shit. That lady came at me and I did what I had to do.
What is done is done. Now we need to find the others. And she'll pull back and look at you. Look up. She's quite short.
Mari, I don't know what's happening in this fucking hospital, but like this lady tried to like lead me to some kind of performance, and then I went and I checked the check-in book, and there was, I think, our circle members that were there, but then they signed in, but they never signed out, and then they also had weird names like the percussionist or some shit, and at this point I don't know what's happening, and I just know that whenever like, no offense, but you know, when the crazy stuff starts to happen and there's like spirits bleed and stuff, like you're kind of the person that knows the best about this. And listen, I'm just a guy and this is a lot for me.
As you're having that freak out, Gideon, pulling away from the hug with Mari, you do notice that on the tips of your fingers where you wrapped your arms around her is blood.
Why are you fucking bleeding?
That is not of concern. It is strange, though, the doctor's name was Muse, the doctor that Cornelius walked off with. We need to find them. You said there's a performance?
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to get me to go down this hallway, but she kept trying to touch me, and I don't really know her like that, you know?
There's a brief look. It's like, do you really need to know her like that? A very rare bit of judgment comes out from Mari's side eye. So you don't want to go to the performance?
I mean, she seemed like a really lovely lady, you know, up until she started making those claws that were, you know, really sharp and stabby. Like, that's when I was like, oh, I don't know about that, Toots.
You were out of time. Out of sync, then. They keep talking about performance. They keep talking about... There's a time, there's a meter, there's a syncopation. I think we must follow the meter until we don't.
I mean, okay. I mean, I think he's gonna like straighten his little bow tie and be like, I think I got a little bit of rhythm. If you can just kind of lead me, but she wanted us to go down this hallway.
To ask something of you. We must comply. We must stay in time with the music for Cornelius' sake.
Oh, okay.
I don't care about what the circle wants us to do. I care about Cornelius finding Dolores. We need to make sure that everything is okay with her, because if it's not, he will surely be ruined, and I do not know if he will recover from it. As someone who has not been able to themselves, she has to be okay.
Sure.
So we need to get it together, stay in time until we know when to make the move.
Yeah. You got it.
Good.
Whatever you want, Mari. You can ask the world.
Are you okay?
yeah, other than I don't know what's going on, and
You seem.
I'm here.
You always seem so free and carefree. I've never seen you shaken like this before.
Yeah, well, when people start going random claws and they try to kill you, it's pretty normal.
You know
At
what?
least I think, but maybe just a cool cucumber, Mari.
Mari,
No.
you see the lights sort of dim and come back up again, and then over the intercom you hear a sound that you probably haven't heard in a long time, because I don't think it's been a minute since Mari's probably been to the theater.
Oh, I think the last time she would have been, her mom was still alive.
The tuning note that an orchestra plays just before the overture begins. That is what resonates from the speakers.
Places a hand on your arm. It is time. We must go. And we'll walk to the theater door and go in with Gideon, making sure he also comes in.
Sounds good. He's gonna just go with Mari, have his hand out like they're gonna walk like they're hand in hand, like arm in arm.
She will hum that A note as the camera pans.
Our camera fades to a stage, looking out at seats. And at first glance, it would look like a grand orchestral hall. But it's not until you look close that you see the breaks in reality in this space. Chairs that are made out of hospital beds but made to be orchestral seating. Surgical tools that have been morphed into armrests. It's almost as if the hospital itself has become the orchestra hall. And down in the front row, we see that black and purple fog and that whoosh sound as teleporting into this space, wrapped around the arms of Vince. Lazarus, you see yourself in the front row of a grand, for lack of a better word, hospital surgical theater, and a stage with a large piano in the front of it and risers behind.
As he lands, this is weird. Let's just say that out loud. You teleported. What? I think there's especially because he knows that it happened. He knows that at one point, because he knows that Vince isn't real. He understands that a transference of place, just happened, and that's weird to wrap your head around. But as he gets here, his body shifts just enough for him to feel the clothes upon his body, feel the pants against his leg, understand that he is still him in this space. Also feeling that body armor, I'm not going to forget this time, so we can actually have it just in case things go down. Let me be a soldier. But he will take in exactly what he's meant to be looking
at. There is a pause as Vince sort of looks at you and cocks his head. Do you think you're the only one who got gifts? People change when they're exposed to things, when life blows up in your face.
Ain't nobody got gifts.
He reaches down and touches your arm where you would have been bitten by a dog yesterday. We do.
You keep saying we. What does we mean? We did a lot, Vince, and we. I don't remember, you know.
You don't remember.
You and the other two were the last things I saw.
You don't remember.
No. Vince, I don't. Each time I try to comprehend, I get a headache. Everything is so wishy-washy. I don't know.
Do you know what it's like to, for every waking moment of your existence, feel like every atom of your body is being shredded and rebuilt?
I don't know how you expect me to answer a question like that. I use a gun, I use my hands, and that's all I know. Everything else is... I don't do that stuff that's the little bird. I don't understand. I'm just trying to get by one day at a time, and right now I'm in a hospital looking at someone I thought died. So do tell me, what don't I know? What does it feel like? I don't feel. I don't feel.
I feel everything. We are weapons of war, Lazarus. We always have been. Just because the key has shifted doesn't change that.
Then how do we change the key? I'm tired, Vince. I am old and exhausted. You don't look a day older since the last time I saw you. So what do I do?
I think we sit down and we watch a show.
And that doesn't elicit a response, not verbally. Lazarus, who is not some ancient relic, but he is an older guy who has seen and experienced a lot, and he's experienced so much that there are fractures in his mind to the moments he can't. He woke up in an alley and he knows that time has passed, but he can't figure out why, and this has happened over and over, and he's just tired. And unluckily for him, blood. So if this will give him answers, if watching a show, then that's what he'll do. He will sit in that chair.
Our camera pans to just outside the surgical theater door as Cornelius, you stand there with Dr. Harlan Muse. And she puts a hand on your shoulder. I hope you can appreciate it.
I've appreciated music for a long time.
Oh, this is so much more. Do you think that art is isolated to just notes in a conservatory score? It's so much more than that. We, the two of us, are artists. Your lovely friend Lazarus is an artist. and the lying, belligerent friend of yours who likes to swindle people. This is an artist of a sort. The one I'm confused by is the girl? She seems out of place. For lack of a better word, a quarter note when I'm looking for a hole.
As one doctor to another, sometimes when we don't understand, we need to do more listening and less telling. And you've been trying to tell me a lot. What do you want with my friends? Where is Dolores?
You'll see.
I don't know if you're part of some sort of poltergeist or not, but I'm not here for all this haunting bullshit. I need answers. If you don't want to give them to me, then I presume you'll show me.
She smiles at you and opens the door. There's a seat in the front for you. I think you'll find some familiar faces.
Thank you. He walks inside.
As you walk inside, you would notice that the room is nearly full. Most people in hospital gowns. There's a few in doctor's coats, maybe nurses. And as you get down to the front row, you see Lazarus sitting next to someone you don't know, and 3 empty seats around them. Looking rather positioned perfectly to that drawing you saw.
Right. Do a courtesy glance over everyone. Can I see Mari or Gideon anywhere?
You do not see Mari or Gideon yet.
I will go take my seat, but before I sit down, I'm gonna look at Lazarus, and I am just gonna lean in as like a courtesy whisper, and I'm gonna whisper in his ear, I don't know what's going on, but they currently have us where they want us. And I will put the picture in his lap.
And remind me, sorry, what is the picture?
The picture is, yeah, go for it.
The picture is who you would presume to be this person that Cornelius is seeking after, sitting at a piano, looking rather similar to the stage setup in front of you. And in the front row, you would see the members of your circle. But specifically to you, the thing that you would clock would be Vince is also in this picture.
I don't like that. And more questions that Laz can't afford to think about. Because that's a level of like foresight or precognition that just does not compute with man with gun. So so I'm just gonna take this in, focus on at least Dolores. Again, taking her countenance in just so he knows what to expect, because he is on his guard. When he leans in, when Cornelius leans in, you get that look of understanding, but he's quiet, he does not say anything, and he's just focused on whatever he is about to witness, whatever this performance is about to be, because he thinks a lot of things are going to get answered once this thing starts.
The lights dim and then come back up again, almost gesturing for everyone to take their seats. And then a few moments pass, and the orchestra lets out a note. And the lights start to dim again. And just as they do, Mari and Gideon, you enter. And even from this distance, you can see the back of the familiar heads of Lazarus and Cornelius seated in the front row.
I'll take my seat. And pull out my trusty little crystal. One of the items from my equipment, and I'm gonna hold it up to my eye and use all of my connection to bleed, to the unknown, to the paranormal, to let all of my barriers wind down, to be open, to be vulnerable, but to see things for how they are. I'm trying to use it as a divination tool to look past any illusion and see things a bit more clearly as the scene unfolds.
Can I have a sense roll, please?
Is this a high stakes roll?
Oh, she's a high stakes roll.
Oh, okay.
Because you sat down and Lazarus is in, he said he's in focus, seeing what's happening, I'm going to give you one of my drives.
Yippee. I also am using one of my drives. Oh, okay. That is a 5 on the gilded die, so I'll take my drive back.
As you sit down, and you have to walk past, there's an empty seat, Lazarus, or whoever's sitting next to Lazarus, then there is Cornelius, an empty seat, and then one more seat, where it looks like there's room for your circle, and Sen, weirdly, to have a seat as well, but you don't clock the person next to Lazarus. As you're walking past all of them, sitting down, opening yourself up, there is a moment where you are overwhelmed and flooded with what's the right word I want to use here? It's almost like a melody being played in real time in your head. It like starts with that humming that you heard earlier, but it's not humming, it's piano noises. And then you can hear the strings and the percussion. And you can almost see it like a painting in your mind. And it's overwhelming. And as it hits you, I need you to take a point of bleed for me, please.
Perfect. As just a side note before she fully holds this up to her eye, as she passes by this unknown figure by Lazarus, she will pause and say, "You're new," and then proceed with pulling this up to her eye, taking all of that in. And as it feels overwhelming, I feel the need to look for a conductor. I feel the need to look for a stage manager, someone who calls the shots. Because I'm expecting Dolores to come out on stage knowing she plays the piano, but I want to know who is producing this production. And I will also be using my weird ability to let them in whenever I take one or more bleed marks. I gain additional information about the phenomenon that harmed you. Ask the GM one question about the source of the bleed. Where's the conductor?
Mari. You would see manifesting in front of you a tall, emaciated silhouette with a formal conductor's coat, almost as if it's stitched from darkness itself. There's no speech. It almost appears as though they do not have a mouth with which to speak from. It just gestures. And every motion they make, there's the faintest of musical instruction in it. You can hear almost like wind chimes. And the most alarming thing is the second you go to let it in, it whip pans and stares at you. And there is the slightest of tilt of the head, as in your mind, you just hear, "Candela does not rescue people. It interrupts unfinished music."
I don't know if it will hear me. Is that audible for everyone? Do I know if they said that out loud?
You heard it specifically in your mind.
Oh, in my mind, I am projecting back louder. I am not Candela. And whether the melody continues remains to be seen. What is your goal?
Give me a sway roll.
Gonna use a drive. No, I don't have any drive. Okay.
Screaming.
I am just rolling at disadvantage. Okay, no one's got any drive to give me. That's fine. Okay. Ooh, a 5.
For cunning,
Sorry.
I can give you a drive in cunning.
Okay. Great.
It'd be a straight roll.
Oh, so I should. Okay.
Because it's disadvantage. If you get a
Yeah.
drive, it'd be a straight roll.
Okay, so rolling just one die.
Just one die.
I also can give you a dice. Okay. No, you're already celebrating.
6.
Sick.
Had it.
I'm helping.
Jazz
You
hands.
see this head tilt the opposite way, as you can almost feel it reading you up and down. And then its eyes flick to an empty seat next to you, where it looks over Send specifically. And then back to you. Enjoy the performance. And it pulls back out of your mind. As all of you now hear the tapping of a baton on a music stand. And it happens so very quickly, where in an instant the stage is empty for all of you, with the exception of Mari, because Mari, you can see the conductor. And then almost in the flash of an eye blink, there is a cacophony of music and an entire orchestra on stage with this emaciated conductor in front of it. But the thing that would be most notable for Cornelius is the moment you open your eyes, you can see her clearly. Not a vision, not a memory. She is at the piano, her hands trembling, almost as though she's trying to resist playing. As this close, you can see how raw those fingertips are as they're bleeding, leaving little droplets of blood across the keys as she plays, almost as if she's been playing since she's been at this hospital. And she turns and looks at you and mouths, "Don't let it finish." What would the four of you like to do?
Cornelius, the minute he hears those words, that's all he needs. And he is going to run up on stage, and he is, knowing he probably can't physically do anything to stop this, he's gonna run up on stage, and he's going to kneel in front of Dolores while she is at the piano, and he's going to say, "I should have done this a long time ago, and I don't know if I have the power to pull you from wherever this is, but you are the strongest person I know." And he's going to pull out a chain he has around with a wedding ring he's never been able to give her. And he is going to get down on one knee and present his ring and says, "I have always loved you. You've made me the man I am today, and I'm proud of that man, and it's only because of you. I've been able to help people, and no matter where you are, I will always love you, and I will always look for you. You can fight this. We can fight this."
Before I ask for a roll, What are the rest of you doing?
I don't want to be asked that question.
I think Gideon cheers you on. Like, the guy in the background that's like, yeah, do it.
Here
He's gassing you up.
is the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Firstly, out of character. Tony, you proposing in the middle of a wow. Will this be perceived? That's not what I want to ask. Will this disrupt the performance? Or would the performance continue if the pianist has stopped?
Are you asking above table or in game?
Lazarus doesn't ask this question out loud, but the way he is twitching is hinting that because this is your fault, Whitney.
I'm sorry for doing my job.
If getting those answers means this performance has to go on, if Vince is Vince and he is true, and while he knows something is off, he knows something is off with himself with the bite mark. If this is true and he's going to get something out of this performance, if that sequence will mess that up, Lazarus might be going towards them and not the conductor.
Can you make a sense roll for me, please?
No.
And I would like you to take a dice for reasons that I will not be explaining at this time.
Okay. I will also add a drive to that.
This is high stakes.
Yeah.
In case, again, that was not abundantly clear.
Yeah.
Do I give him a drive? Is that beneficial to me?
That's up to you, baby. I can't speak for your character.
Oh, for a sense?
For sense, yeah.
I can give one. Just because Mari will always be there when Lazarus needs a little.
Okay. I'm at 3 before I roll this. Tony, are you giving one or no?
Go for it. I don't think I could give you one in this moment. I'm proposing.
Yeah, right. It makes
Fires.
That's what it is.
Fires.
Double sixes.
Woo! Sorry.
Hog.
We're gonna put a pin there for just a second in your crit. Cornelius.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I have a sway roll, please? You are asking someone to marry you. Tell me what
for
role
sure,
it wouldn't be other than that.
No, you're right. I'm burning my only 2 cunning drives for this.
Yeah. It's like I need all the pieces of my puzzle in place before I start narrating.
I have something I'm gonna do too.
It's a crit. That's 2 6s and a 2.
Fantastic. Pin there. Mari, what you got?
Does this conductor have a baton?
Yes.
Okay, and they've already started the music?
Mm-hmm.
It's dark. It's hard to see in the dark where the darkness goes. That does not sound as poetic as I thought it was going to be. I just sound like a Batman imitator.
Bars.
I want Sen to surreptitiously creep towards the conductor with the mission of getting that baton and to distract them. Mari is not musically inclined at all, and every note played, she is going to stand up from her seat and And she's going to start trying to make weird discordant counter notes that don't sound nice to throw off the performance, and eventually start to sing a song that her mom used to sing her when she was little that is completely different tempo, vibe, bass, but she's going to make her own beat to distract this fucking conductor.
Fantastic. Give me a hide roll for Sen to see if he can sneak up to the conductor.
One.
Fantastic. And then give me a control roll to see if he can potentially grab that baton.
What's that disadvantage? Let's go. That's a 1.
That's beautiful.
Yep.
Okay. I love it when the dice tell a beautiful story. A couple of things happen simultaneously. Lazarus, we'll start with you. You open yourself up to the magic and the discomfort and the unsettling nature of this moment, and you watch as Cornelius runs onto the stage and gets on a knee, and you are unequivocal. You are so sure that if Dolores's hands rise from that keyboard, from the piano keys themselves, whatever is happening will stop. And if there are answers to be had, they will not be had. And in the moment you have that realization, you start to see those fingers lift, not to go to play the next note, but to pull themselves towards Cornelius. While simultaneously, Mari, you watch as Sen goes to reach to sneak up towards the conductor to reach for that baton, and the second they make a move, they spin, the spine almost snapping like a bowstring as it's pulled taut and tuned into place, as the hand whips around and wraps itself around your shadow self's throat, and you can feel it around your own, and it begins to squeeze. Can you take a body mark for me, please?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, correction. Can you take 2?
I am at 3 of body. Next one's a scar.
That is where we sit. Mm-hmm. Dolores's hands are about to raise from the keyboard to accept Cornelius's hand. Lazarus, you are aware that if Dolores stops playing, whatever ritual that is happening will cease. And you can feel it like a ghost on your shoulder, like there is, for the first time in a while, a presence in the back of your mind that you don't fully understand. Like a light that's been turned on.
I think it feels slow. It feels like it's a slowing down of time itself, but nothing is slow in this moment because the pupils, I think, Lightkeeper, have fully dilated. And he is running.
Do you give control?
I give full control.
Can you make a strike roll on Cornelius for me, please?
I surely can. I'm going to put a point of drive in this. It is also my gilded ability.
Wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, would you?
I'll hit you square where the pieces connect. That is a crit on the gilded dice.
Cornelius,
Yes.
can you take 2 body marks for me, please?
Absolutely fair.
And Lazarus, what does it look like? What would Cornelius see?
I have always mentioned that even when he is focused and the like, he has a slight hunch to him. He only straightens up when it's time to get to work, but even when he straightens up, it's not a full rod. This is you note the 6 foot and some change individual, 6'5" man that he truly is standing up. You do not see an expression in face. Those pupils, while they have dilated, if you blink, it's as if his entire eye has gone black. This is a soldier who is just on the job. This is a weapon who knows violence and blood and where to punch a doctor, so even the doctor can't fix himself. So I do think it is squarely right here into the wall. And the strength that comes from this figure feels like a train, a concussive force that I don't know if you're used to. This is a strong man. I am screaming.
There is a moment, Cornelius, just before the punch hits, where looking at Lazarus, the lights are on, but nobody's home. Before you take the punch in the face and go flying backwards.
I think if Cornelius is still conscious, glasses shattered, nose maybe a little bent, bleeding, I think he first just looks for the ring and tries to scatter for that.
The ring. Give me control.
Okay.
And this is low stakes, just so you're aware. Everything else, highest of stakes. This is low stakes.
We're not going to deny the boy his ring.
There's a 2 and a 3.
We denying the boy the ring.
Yeah, we are. It's almost like it happens in slow motion. You see Dolores's hands start to rise, and then you can hear Lazarus before you see him, and turning to look, coming at you like a freight train is that fist. And the fist collides with your face, and as it does, you can hear that ring hit the wood of the stage and bounce out of sight. Gideon, before we circle back to that, what are you doing in this moment? Because you just saw all of the, basically you can see Mari basically gripping, I'm assuming, at her throat, because it still feels like something's squeezing there, but there's nothing holding Mari. Lazarus just yeeted himself on stage and punched the crap out of Cornelius, and Cornelius is now lying in a crumpled pile on the ground. What is Gideon doing in this moment?
Okay. There's a lot to take in. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I was like, Gideon, my love.
yeah. So, well, like, one, Gideon, like, was cheering on Cornelius, like, yeah, fuck yeah. Like, he got really excited for you, and he's like, you know. But then, like, just comes over and sees Lazarus just cold clock this man across the stage. And, like, so Gideon's gonna be like, oh no. So they're gonna, like, and he's gonna, like, look to Mari and realize Mari's being choked and just be like, oh jeez. He's like not entirely sure what to do, and he's gonna turn to Mari and just be like, how do I
I think he's gonna try to move towards the conductor who's busy choking out Sen to potentially try to grab the baton.
Okay.
We are an artifact searching group, so
yeah, you are. Give me a move.
I think that's maybe the object that we're looking for.
Give me a move roll.
Can it be a hide?
I'll allow a hide.
Yeah, that's your boy. Please roll this. 5.
5. As you slink into the shadows, you can hear the music raising in this moment, the crescendo starting to build. And looking out into the audience from the shadows, you can kind of see the fingers twitching in synchronized sort of patterns, almost as if they're painting in the air. And then you hear a musical giggle in the back of your mind that sends a shiver down your spine. A giggle that you have not heard since a particular person was a very small child. As Lucy's giggle echoes for you. Can you take a point of brain for me, please? But you are able to hide, so the conductor cannot see you right now.
All right, I think I'm gonna try to grab the baton.
Make a control roll for me. And then what are the other 3 of you doing in this moment?
I think there's not much Mari can do while being choked, but the thing that she is ready to do, seeing Gideon go after the baton, is as like trying to stay conscious, fighting for breath. She's reaching her hand back in her book, back in her materials, and her hand is looking to find a specific item as she has readied an action as soon as she is able to move away from this hand choking her.
What you looking for? Or would you like to send it to me privately?
Oh, it's just a pair of scissors.
Okay. Anyone else?
I will just say, because it might inform Corneilius what they may or may not do, but after the punch, the body has stood, I believe, shifting slightly, not necessarily to look at Dolores, but to look at the unplayed piano. And has not taken another step towards you, nor has made any aggressive moves towards Dolores, but is a full bulwark of an individual who is unmoving, waiting. And I will say, to the point of holding things, if the light, this is a little dark. The light has been weird in here. I think in a moment maybe something crashed and there's like a glass or something that can reflect. It will reflect some of the light, and that light will reflect upon the combat knife that's on his side that he can grab very quickly if he needs to.
Lazarus, you would hear that familiar ripple in shadow as you can feel Vince's presence sort of going back to back with you, as descending from his hands, you would see, if you looked at him, but for the rest of you, two effectively sawed-off shotguns, one in either hand. As he just leans over his shoulder at you. Whatever you need. I'm here to support you.
He says nothing. He just waits to see what action will be taken next.
That brings us to Cornelius.
What is Dolores doing?
That
is important.
Dolores watched the punch happen, and then as the punch happens, the ring spatters away. It's almost as if her body is snapped back into position. You can kind of see the musical interlude, the wave of the baton, as it almost bends her over the pianos, forcing her hands back down to continue playing the melody as it gets louder and louder. Yeah. You have Lazarus and a person who you do not know who was in that drawing, basically back to back with Lazarus, and that person's holding shotguns.
We walk up to Lazarus, non-threatening, and I'm gonna look in his eyes, and I'm gonna say, as much as I can, I understand what this person means to you. Let me play it instead.
Truthfully, I think that's a Whitney thing. I think in letting go, he wants to see this performance through. I don't think it becomes, is Dolores the conduit of this, or is it just a piano? It's the piano, the artifact. Doesn't matter who's playing it, because if Cornelius plays it, then I don't think he would be aggressive. But if it has to be Dolores, the knife might be ready. So I don't know. That's something I can't answer.
Based on the crit from earlier, by letting it in, it was conveyed that Dolores is the anchor.
This is her fault. Just so we're clear, we love women, but I'm blaming you right now.
Remember when CB said, "Let me be your villain"?
So, the role I'm going to have you make, Tony. I currently have a series of very good, strong, obedient soldiers in front of you. I need you to convince me why my boys should not shoot you down where you stand.
And that's my job to convince you. Okay, here we go. I don't think he can. I think, and I don't think Cornelius would wait for a response. I think he would say that. He would wipe his bloody nose, pat him on the shoulder with his bloody hand, and he would reach for Dolores's hands.
There is a prickling in the back of your mind, Lazarus. that for a brief moment, you were in a tiny room. And inside this tiny room, where it is dark and quiet and isolating, there is a window. And through this window, almost out of body, you can see yourself. But it's not you because you're in here. It doesn't look like you. And at your back, just like old times, Vince, and a bleeding, broken Cornelius in front of you. I am giving Lazarus a moment to seize control. If you wish.
Not Cornelius, sorry. We both have us endings in our names. Lazarus.
Lazarus.
Open a toy store. Lazarus.
Lazarus.
Lazarus has been confronted with a lot of reality very quickly, a reality he tries to not think about. He goes to parks and he feeds pigeons in silence. He volunteers at food banks and shelters for those who don't have. He does all this to not forget his past, not forget the trauma and everything that he's gone through, but to focus on the fact that the last thing he remembered was explosion, was calamity, and now it's like a darkness, and he would give anything to know what happened, why he's still here. And it's been years, and now he's seeing Vince, and the bite mark has been gone, and everything feels so true, and this feels like the right step to take, even if it's against those he has come to care for. But the only other person who knows that something is different is Cornelius. And if there's any other way he can find out, he is literally the only one to him. And in that moment, Lazarus, as he is, not as he was, realizes there is a second option, and I will seize control.
Okay. Here's how we're going to resolve this. Cornelius, can I have a sway roll, please? And Lazarus, can I have a sense roll, please? I will be abundantly clear. There are no higher stakes.
Take my last. What were the two rolls again?
Sense and sway.
Take my sense drive, because I think you want to
would
roll
like
high, right?
Cornelius to roll first, because based on how that roll goes, it will change how I adjudicate the sense roll.
I can give you a saw this coming, but we need to workshop how we prepared for this situation. Like, I don't know if you and I have a sleeper cell code word that we can use to try to wake up Lazarus.
That would hint that Cornelius has told Gideon.
Yeah, which probably wouldn't be a good idea. But if we can workshop something here.
I love it.
Because to be abundantly clear, depending on how this goes, if this goes badly, Cornelius is taking a scar.
I already rolled.
Fantastic.
I got a 4.
Fantastic.
Could have gave you an extra dice.
I could make it make sense.
I mean, I did tell Gideon to, at any cost, aid you. and to focus on saving Dolores.
Based on that,
specifically.
I will let you roll one more die if you'd like, using the saw that's coming. Based on Mari and Gideon basically conspiring to protect Cornelius.
Your dice go with God. 07.
07 is wild.
07.
I was worse.
Fantastic. Lazarus, can you roll sense for me, please?
And I did give an extra drive.
I have to ask Whitney if that is applicable.
It is applicable.
Okay. Like, I want to accept it, but I'm like, I don't know if it is.
It is
Okay.
applicable in this moment.
I feel
Then
like
that
the
means
walls are down.
This is a straight roll.
If it's okay.
I'm going to regret this. I'm going to do this in the character sheet. I am pushing the button. One.
There is a moment when you can hear Cornelius's voice, and it's like a warm breath of sun on a cloudy day, and almost as if he can feel your resolve fading. You hear a whispered, "No!" as the doors, that window is slammed shut. And a gunshot fires. Is just before the window fully closes, you can see that Vince's arm has raised.
Stigmata is a funny thing. Can I put my hand in front of that gunshot?
Abso-fucking-lutely. Cornelius, there is an echoing blast, loud, guttural, and then you feel warm blood hit your face. Except it's not blood, it's bits of armor, for lack of a better word, little flecks of plastic just hitting you at the speed of sound. As Lazarus, you're going to take a body mark for me. And Cornelius, you are going to still take a brain mark.
Okay.
Because watching someone's hand get shot in front of you is a little fucked up for your brain to process, I feel.
Yeah, that's not chill.
So it's so funny that earlier today, a certain thing was mentioned in an attempt to not like retroactively change, but remember. But in this moment, it makes zero sense for armor to be on his hand. So that won't get soaked, and I will take that body mark.
You'll take it? Fuck yeah. Cool, then it's blood on your face. Yay.
Is it just one? It feels like two, but I'll take one.
No, you know what? Yeah, no, you're right. Gunshot wound to the hands, that's two. Take two for me. Take
I'm
two
at
for me,
3.
please. Fantastic. So you feel that blood splatter against your face. And the second that pain hits you, the windows slam open and you feel yourself forced back into your own body.
Which means if Vince is real, I have to get him down because he's not going to stop shooting.
No, he's not.
And Cornelius, because you're right in front of me, you will see it's not fear, but it is a certainty. Y'all need to finish this while I handle this person. Now. And I'm just gonna focus on Vincent.
Fantastic. Gideon, you were going for the baton.
I got a crit.
distracted by holding Sen's throat, squeezing. The hand is outstretched with the baton, but it's still conducting as it goes. And effortlessly, in a way that only a criminal could, that baton just comes out of the hand. What are you doing with it?
I'm grabbing it and running. Hitting that yoink.
As you start to run, for a moment, the orchestra continues to play. And then they realize there's no one conducting. And the music starts to get discordant and uncomfortable. And not solid. And you watch as Sen grabs at this thing wrapping its hand around its throat and then almost releases. Like someone accepting their fate. And they start slowly trying to conduct with their hand, the fingers starting to twitch. But it's not fully seated yet. The music isn't fully like medleyed itself yet. There is a brief moment where this could be stopped. And you can hear the sound of bodies starting to move as the audience themselves is crawling out of their seats and headed towards you all to basically return the baton. What are you doing? What you doing? The hold is released, by the way, Mari. Because, like, again, in this moment, lots of things are happening. Baton is held. Sen grabs, starts to conduct. And it's almost like Sen has blocked the bond. So you don't feel that around your throat. You can still see Sen being held, but you don't feel it.
As soon as I can breathe, the biggest breath, the fingers curl and find the scissors. And I'm running to the piano and taking the scissors to the fucking strings. I am cutting through all of the major chords.
Okay. Give me a control roll. And then lastly, Cornelius, what are you doing?
Take a drive.
Thank you. That's a straight roll.
Oh, God. I think
I'm out of drives. But I can give you a saw this coming as my last one.
What role is it? What are you doing?
That's okay. Save it for Cornelius in case he needs it.
Oh, I'm asking what Cornelius is doing. So you just took that, like, the brain mark, the blood on your face, and you watched as Lazarus, the lights turned on, and just looked at you and said, "End this," while going to tackle Vince to the ground, which that is going to be a strike roll from you, Lazarus, by the way.
Okay. Dolores told Cornelius that I can't
Don't let it finish.
let the song finish. Don't let it finish.
Mm-hmm.
I think through all of the chaos, this is the first time Cornelius has been able to see Dolores awake. And with his face bleeding, covered in blood, people are screaming, gunshots are happening. He sits on the bench next to Dolores and he grabs her hands and starts massaging her knuckles the way he used to when she was doing a bunch of gigs. And he would say, "Now, you need to rest. That's doctor's orders." And he would go to, as if he was going to play the piano, and look down at the keys and go, "I was never good at this," and start to push the piano off the stage.
Give me a sway roll to see if you can get her to stop.
Oh, God. Okay.
Look, You are trying to convince Commander Consort.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I got a point in it.
Yeah,
I can give you a saw this coming, and me yelling at you and hyping you up give you the courage to.
Okay. I'll take that.
The power of Gideon going, yeah!
Yeah!
Yeah, buddy!
All right, here we go.
Oh my god.
That's a 5.
She looks at you, and you look at the keys covered in blood. And her fingers slowly lift. She goes to touch your face. You can feel the warmth of the blood on your hands, and the piano stops playing. There is a silence. You can still hear the orchestra kind of going, but the piano part is missing. And the second the piano stops playing, the rest of you would notice this surgical orchestra theater. There are little flickers as stuff begins to shift. Like it's trying to revert itself back. I still haven't told you. Yes. And she'll lean in and she will kiss you. And the second her lips touch yours, she collapses in your arms.
I'll check her pulse.
We'll circle back to that.
Okay.
Mari, what did you get on your control roll?
You know, they are they're scissors, but they're scissors usually for pruning herbs. So like, I rolled a 3, but I'm still trying. Mari is 5'2". She's never lifted a weight in her life. She's got like really soft hands, just like trying to like yank out these things like a little kid, just not making.
As you're trying to
headway.
saw at these scissors, saw at these strings with your scissors, you can kind of see as they stop vibrating, as the piano stops playing, and then you watch as Dolores sort of collapses into Cornelius's arms, and then you can see Sen's hands conducting, but that hand's still around his throat. And you can feel a flicker of that pain come trickling back in, but then like almost as if Sen is putting a wall up to stop it. And you can just see Gideon running down an aisle with a baton. I am assuming, unless Gideon stopped.
She feels so foolish looking up and seeing that, and she looks at Sen being choked and forced to do the bidding of this conductor and says, I should have been protecting you this whole time. And I'm going to take the scissors. I'm going to run full at this conductor. I'm killing him.
Okay. Normally, I think this would be control.
I'm killing him in a way that I know I don't have a lot of physical prowess. It is more so the intention, as Madame Armana has said, my mentor. The extra, the supernatural is all about intention. I am not only going forth with scissors, I'm going forth with the will and willpower and fire to overpower this thing with all of my prowess in the connection to phenomena and bleed.
I will allow you to use sense to do it.
If I
just want to say, I don't want things to go too far. I got a 2 on the strike on my gilded dice, so I just want to be fair here. We're going forward.
You're good.
Things might be a little different.
We're gonna circle back to that. We're gonna circle back to that. We got you. Don't worry about it, babes. Don't worry about it.
If I push the piano towards the conductor, can I give drive?
You would have to let go of Dolores.
Can I kick the piano?
No.
All right, never mind.
That was a lot of dice, Mari.
It was three dice, and I did roll a 6.
Pin. Lazarus. You go to tackle a man who you have fought at his side for many years. You know his ins and outs, his style. But there's also more to it than that. This is someone who you cared about. Don't want to speak for Lazarus, but perhaps someone he even loved. And there is a hesitance that you watch in real time as he takes advantage of, as deftly, almost shadow-like, shifts out of the way as you go tumbling past him. And he leans in, reloads the guns. I'm not afraid of putting you down if I have to. And he will fire. Give me a move roll.
I have 2 dice and move, double ones.
Can you take a body mark for me as he fires at you?
As he shoots, and it hits square in his stomach, his chest maybe. Blood is starting to pool, flowing from his mouth from the wound. I am going to roll 2d6. Okay. One was a 1, and one was a 6.
Guys, there's other numbers.
Feast or famine, baby.
As a person with endurance, if I would take enough marks to become incapacitated, instead roll a number of d6s equal to your current nerve resistance. On a 6, you aren't incapacitated and you don't take a scar. I am at my max and I stand right back up.
There is a chuckle as he cocks the gun and will go to fire again. Circling back to Mari. The sound of a discordant melody erupts through this room as you plunge the scissors into the back of the conductor. And rapidly, the room starts to shift as this orchestral theater starts turning back into what it was made to be. An operating room. It is shrinking very quickly in front of you. Cornelius, you reach for a pulse. You do not immediately find one.
He immediately start doing mouth. Trying to resuscitate her.
Make your focus roll. 'Cause that's an ability you have, baby.
That is. I will burn 2 drive.
Do you want to save the drive in case you get a 4 to 5?
Oh, yeah. No, actually, I'll spend 2, and I still have 3 left.
amazing.
That is a 6.
As this room starts to shrink in real time, you feel Dolores starting to fade in your arms. What does it look like as you resuscitate her?
After doing chest compressions and giving her mouth to mouth, I kind of take the beats in my head, knowing how long to wait, and I slowly brush her hair behind her ear and just tell her, "Don't give up. We're not going to give up."
You watch as those eyes flicker open. How can I give up if you're here?
Hey.
Hi.
You want to get out of here?
I would love to get out of here.
Okay. And I'll try to slowly stand her up and double checking to make sure there's not anything crazy, like she's not crazy in pain.
You would notice that the tips of her fingers appear to be pretty permanently blackened.
I will take her fingers and I will lace my own blackened fingers from the photo last night and hold her hand and say, "We'll figure all this out, I promise."
In the background, Lazarus, can you make a move roll for me, please?
That I can. Use a drive. As I get up and he readies that shotgun, there's just a smile that comes upon his face. Just like old times, De La Cruz. That will be a I'm gonna use resistance. I'm just gonna. Okay. There's a 6.
Fantastic.
That was bad.
Deftly, easily, you are able to shift out of the way as this gunshot fires.
As I shift out of the way, hand goes towards the brunt of that long shaft. Oh, I hate that. Not the long shaft. The gun, tilting it upward to slightly discombobulate, and I'm going to uppercut him, trying to get him off of his feet back down.
Strike roll.
I'm stressed. Oh my gosh. Drive used. That is do I keep? I don't keep the 2. Hell no. That would be a 6. I can use a drive, but no, not in this one.
Your hand takes purchase under his chin and send him flying backwards. And as he hits the ground, sort of sits up, stares at you, cracks his neck. We're not finished with you, Lazarus. He's never letting go. And you watch as that foggy purple mist starts to sort of envelop him.
I'm going to do one last thing, if you'll allow it. That combat knife.
Mm-hmm.
It is very fast in the way that he moves to unclip, grab, hoe, and underthrow towards him. So when he teleports, it doesn't matter if it's hit him, though I think it might hit him. It matters that he keeps it.
Control, please.
Because whatever Lazarus is currently going through, I think he's realizing Vince is as well. There was no way he was the only one that's still here. Which then makes him think, where is pestilence and famine? And I'm just going to do that. It's a 5. I'll take a 5 on the gilded dice. I'll give him a draft back.
As you have that thought, wondering where pestilence and famine are, you watch as that knife slides out of your hand, and there's a smile as you watch it hit him squarely in the chest as he grabs it and pulls it out. We'll be in touch. As the fog fades, the thought of pestilence and famine. Can you take a brain mark for me, please?
Yeah. I
Correction.
can.
How many are you at currently?
I was at 1.
It's gonna be
2.
2. It's gonna be 2.
I'm at 3. I'm so close to a square BB.
Which leads me to Gideon. The fuck are you doing, my guy?
Well, I have the baton.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm sure. I mean, I hope it's the artifact that's important to the circle or whatever. And it's basically shortening and becoming an operating room.
It's becoming back and it's turning back into an operating room. Yes.
Okay. I think I know the audience were kind of like pawing towards us, trying to get the orchestra to restart. My guess is the audience is still there, or are they gone?
They are slowly, like it's almost like you're watching people wake up as like lights are coming on, and as the light comes on, you watch as they sort of vanish into shadow.
Okay. I think as I have the baton, I'm going to run back over to where Mari and Sen were, with the conductor, and like have the baton in one hand and like my gun in the other, and just be like, what do I need to do?
You see, like, as Mari's like has her scissors stabbed in the back, and there's something else. The scissors stabbed in the back of the conductor, and there's something else more going on in this exchange. You do hear her say through gritted teeth, "It was never music. It was about control and playing God where you don't deserve to be." And like she's just trying. It's nothing really physically is happening, but there's something energetically happening. But she is locked in trying to save Sen from the grip of this conductor.
I'm gonna shoot the conductor. If I see that Mari is struggling and is trying to stab this man, Gideon's just gonna be like, all right. You know?
Give me a control roll.
Oh, does he still look the same? This like cryptid looking figure, or has his image reverted as well?
He looks more corporeal.
Okay.
Yeah, he's getting a gun. he's tasting a gun.
Out of spells, but never out of options. Gun.
Gun.
The most powerful spell of all.
Porky says gun.
A 6. Four on the gilded, but a 6.
Okay. The gunshot goes off, and it's loud and echoing as the room finishes shrinking. And it's a tight space. And in it are only the 6 of you. Dolores in the arms of Cornelius. Lazarus probably like on their knees at this point. And a falling body that looks very familiar to probably Cornelius, because you spent the most time with her, as the body of Dr. Harlan Muse is bleeding out from a gunshot wound in front of you, just gurgling on her own blood.
In full honesty, Gideon would not give a cinnamon toast fuck.
Hell
He
yeah.
would not. He'd be like, this person tried to kill us, and I put her in the dirt.
Before she bleeds out and dies, where is your research?
Give me sway.
Either you die and it dies with you, or you tell us, and mayhaps it can live.
Take
can
some
have
last
extra-
stamina training.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will also give you one, because that is a convincing argument.
Perhaps you can become immortal.
Remember that the
Through
stamina
your
one is
work.
gilded.
Oh, okay. So, I want.
Yeah, just in case. I just wanted to
Just in
be.
case we need to get the
That's
drive
fair.
back.
Yeah.
Oh, I have 0 drive. I will be taking the gilded die with a 5.
Fantastic. As you say that, you see her sort of raise her arm shakily. You're back in an operating room now, towards like a series of cabinetry, and there seems to be some files over there. She sort of gestures in that direction. And as her hand is raised, because it's a mixed success, she reaches up and just physically grabs you by the face, Mari, and digs her claws in. Can you take a body mark for me, please?
I can take a scar.
It would incapacitate you as well.
If Cornelius sees Mari hit the floor, he would run over to try to resuscitate her.
Make your focus roll.
He runs over to Mari. He pulls out strange device. It's like almost a makeshift blood pump. This is a very tricky situation. How I want to do drive.
You're trying to see how many you have left?
Yeah. If I roll a 4 or 5, I can burn the rest of my drive and make it a success.
Mm-hmm.
But if I use any drive now, I can't do that. I'm just gonna roll. It's a 1 and a 2.
Burn the dry. Make it a success.
You can't unless it's 4 or 5.
It has to be on a 4 or 5. I have to get a 6 to make it a
Do
success.
you have any
and I can make it a
resistances?
Yeah, do you have any resistances?
Oh, I do have 1 resistance.
You can
Burn your
it
Reroll,
resistance
and
and re-roll it.
completely. Yeah.
Yep. That is a 6 on the gilded.
Hey!
Holy shit.
Stressiana boots.
Oh my
Mari.
You still have full, but you avoid the scar in your conscience.
Oh no, you get the scar, but you're back on your feet.
Oh, gotcha.
So Mari, what does the scar look like?
I think it's almost like she sapped a bit of Mari's life force. Her already small, fragile life force out of her. And now, even just a walk at a brisk pace is going to bring her gasping breaths and getting too much stimulation, too much stress, too much physical exertion puts her at risk of her heart going into overdrive. And I will be taking a point out of hide as her breath and breathing is so labored, it is impossible for her to be stealthy anymore. She's no longer a ghost that walks her halls. She is becoming more and more wraith-like.
And where are you moving it to?
Ooh.
So you get to move it. It's one of the cool things of this guard mechanic.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Well, now I'm thinking. I wish I would have had a little bit more time to think things over.
You can think
I'm
about it. You don't have to
thinking-
make the decision right now.
Because I
Doing
forgot
rock,
it.
scissors work.
Actually, here, if I could rewind, I still want to take it out of hide, but instead of the labored breathing, because that's more nerve, that's more body, anyways. I think that there is a creeping up of something that no one except for maybe Cornelius has seen on her. And it would have just been one brief time when she wasn't paying attention. He may have caught a wisp of darkness peeking out underneath her sleeve. No, instead now there is darkness that has crept up through her neck, out over her hands, and there is this emanating blackness and void that is just, it's not loud, it's not taking up space, but it is impossible to ignore. That feeling when something is in the room and your eyes just go straight to it. That's what this darkness has. She can no longer hide. And we're gonna move this into...
That part you can think about if you'd like to. Have a think on it.
I will think about it.
As you come back to and are able to point out where those notes are, the notes and the baton collected, the breathing rather heavy and labored in this room, our camera will crossfade to the reliquary. We're exhausted, mentally stretched quite thin, the four of you sit in a room with Sierra. 5, because I'm assuming you brought Dolores with you? The 5 of you sort of sit in this room as Sierra's looking over the paperwork that you returned to her. And she sort of like tucks her tongue and then slides a sealed file towards you, Cornelius. And a separate piece of paper towards Gideon.
What's this, Sierra?
I don't want to hide this from you.
You open it.
It is a medical report. With a date listed probably about a year or two ago, with Doris's condition labeled, saying compatible anchor subject. Beneath it, do not terminate, do not release, do not awaken fully.
What does this mean? What haven't you been telling me?
I've told you everything that I know. I don't think they told me everything they did.
Is this Candela?
Who else would it be, Cornelius?
Thank you. I know you did what you could.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. We'll figure it out.
Gideon.
Yeah, I'm gonna read my paper, but like quietly.
The paper in front of you appears to be a list stretching back decades. People listed as missing. Artists, musicians, dreamers. And there is a name shortly before Dolores's that says Lucy Thorne.
All right. Gideon's gonna fold it and just put it in his pocket.
Sierra just sort of looks at the five of you. I feel as though I failed all of you. Rest here for the night. Don't travel in your conditions. None of you look particularly hearty, if I'm being rather blunt about it.
I don't think that's possible for me.
Then at least let me to arrange a carriage. You should not... Well, I don't want you walking home in your condition, Mari.
I should not show my face to those around who are not exposed to this world. I understand what you are trying to say. Sen is not satisfied with your answers, or lack thereof.
I'll be looking into it.
I look forward to finally getting some straightforward answers.
Watch your tone, little bird. She's not our enemy.
I do not view her as the enemy. I just think that questions might need to be asked.
And I will say that Lazarus has not stopped looking at Sierra. And kind of going back to that analogy of the kid waiting for their mom to like say something from before. But in this instance, it's not looking for approval or what's next. It's you didn't give me the talk. You need to give me the talk. What's going on? And he doesn't expect an answer right now, but it is clear that before we go on the next mission, he and she would see a shifting for a moment, looking at Cornelius, a conversation of those who are aware should happen at some point.
She gives you a nod, but doesn't speak. And in this uncomfortable silence, our camera crossfades one final time to a foggy, open field. And in it we see a younger man, sort of lazily sitting on a rock, casually spinning a pistol in his hand. And then as the camera zooms in closer, you see darkened black veins scrawling down his neck that sort of pulse, almost with his heartbeat. And across from him, standing almost so still that it doesn't look like she's breathing, her skin almost a purpley blue in hue, an uncomfortably thin woman, as a rippling, shadowy void starts to convalesce in front of them, as the familiar form of War appears. And he looks at his two compatriots. I believe it's time for death to be re-entered into the fold. And that is where we will end our episode. We will see you next week. Have a good night.